Good morning. One of the strongest Atlantic hurricanes ever recorded has caused devastation in Jamaica, is now dropping strength as it heads towards Cuba this morning. We'll have more on that in a moment. But first, some breaking news. As we came on air around about an hour ago, the Home Office confirmed that Hadish Kabatu has now been deported. He is, as I'm sure you remember, the asylum seeker who sexually assaulted a teenage girl, was convicted and then accidentally released from prison last week before being found once more. Amelia Harper joins me now with the latest on this. Look, we knew this was happening. We just weren't clear on exactly when he was going to be deported, but now we know. Yeah, the government, as you might expect, had been under huge pressure due to due to just how much this was in the news, Matt, to deport him. But we've had that confirmation this morning that migrant sex offender Hadish Kabatu has now been deported. We have footage here of him being put on a flight. There are a number of
Right. This is one of the worst experiences that we'd have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed. Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's 2 major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barrelling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
Our science correspondent Thomas Moore is here now. And Thomas, things are changing all the time with the movement of Melissa. It was gathering energy again as it got back onto the Caribbean after leaving Jamaica. It's now been downgraded again to Category 3. Explain why.
Yes, because its winds have dropped. Hurricanes are really unpredictable. We saw that as it approached Jamaica, that it sped up, then it slowed down, then it moved over to the left and eventually went across land much closer to Montego Bay than had been originally forecast. And it may well happen also that this hurricane is not going to go in that straight line that is forecast at the moment. There will be some meandering, particularly as it approaches the mountainous interior, as that can influence the direction of the eye, the core of the storm. But at the moment, it's about 11, 12 miles offshore, already ahead of it. A lot of rain, which is quite intense, and you can see they're flooding already in, I think that is Cuba, and that is going to cause huge problems in the coming hours. We've seen the level of destruction in Jamaica, and the National Hurricane Centre is still saying that this is an extremely dangerous storm, even though it is weaker as it approaches Cuba.
Thomas, stay there, because earlier Kingston resident Kwame McPherson, an author, talked to me, and while the island's capital has escaped the full force of Melissa, he told me it was still pretty traumatising.
The level of noise was incredible. I've never heard anything like it before, and to go through that experience is something to remember, you know. But yeah, we're here. I'm here. Yeah, smiling, and funny enough, I just heard music being played outside on the street. So we're back to doing what we always do, you know, to overcome what we've been through. It was traumatizing to hear the wind and the rain. It was, you know, it's constant. It's almost like you had 3 rounds in a boxing match. The first round was just before Melissa actually landed. It was a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then when Melissa really landed, that's when it actually increased in intensity. And even after she left, there was still elements of how intense the noise and the rain and everything else was. And
Kwame there describing the situation really well. 3 rounds of a boxing match. What he also mentioned was wondering if the intensity of Melissa means there's going to be an extra level of strength given to hurricanes. You know, Category 6 now. That's being talked about, isn't it?
Yes, and that was suggested by one of the scientists we spoke to yesterday, that Category 5 just doesn't do it justice anymore, that the level of intensity we've seen from Melissa, the 3rd strongest Atlantic hurricane on record, perhaps we do need a level 6 now, because we need to bring home the scale of some of these hurricanes, driven by climate change, natural events, but made far worse by that warm water we've been talking about, which is driving those really intense winds. And of course, the temperature is increasing too with global warming. Yeah. That means it can hold more moisture, and that's all coming down as rain.
We should also remind people watching that there are something like 8,000 Brits in Jamaica right now, perhaps some of them on holiday, perhaps some visiting friends and relatives. Of course, there's tens of thousands of British people who have Jamaican friends and relatives and heritage as well. And that does prompt the question, Thomas, about international support for Jamaica, because the Prime Minister has said that's what they need now.
Well, for a start, it's going to be a really anxious day for people in the UK trying to reach relatives on the western side of the island, because the power's out, communications down, but they will be trying to see what they can do to help. The Jamaican government has a needs list, everything from cots and mattresses to torches to vegetable seeds, because it was the breadbasket of the nation that this hurricane tore through, causing immense destruction. So Jamaica is going to need an awful lot of help to get back on its feet in the coming months. It was still recovering from a hurricane 18 months ago, so you can see how this, on top of that level of destruction, is really going to put the Jamaica quite well back.
Thomas, stay there, because I'm going to bring in our weather presenter, Joe Wheeler, as well. Morning to you, Joe. Just spell out how unusual Melissa is then. I don't know if you heard Thomas and I discussing the possibility of a Category 6 being brought in for hurricanes as well. But in this sort of scheme of things, certainly in relation to this year's hurricane season, how much of an outlier is this?
Well, it's been a very interesting storm for a start. It's been symmetrically perfect. And this is one of the reasons it garnered so much interest. But obviously, a lot of people are storm watching anyway. The centre of the storm dropped to a pressure, I think, of 892 millibars, which pretty much puts it as one of the most intense storms ever. If it went any lower than that, then yes, you could well be looking at a Category 6 hurricane. We've also had very, very strong winds with this, sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, but reported gusts of 220. Heartbreaking pictures on social media. I mean, there have been heartbreaking pictures anyway, but of one farmer who was trying to weight down his fruit trees so they didn't get blown over, sadly without much success. And then, of course, we've seen such a quantity of water coming from this. It's been a very slow-moving storm. And, of course, any time that you get slow-moving rain, you get significant rainfall. And in some places, that's going to be up to around 40 inches. Now, of course, the worst of the storm really stayed to the west of the island, but that didn't mean that, other parts weren't affected. And as it's gone over the mountainous terrain, it should have weakened. It did. And it left Jamaica's shores just to re-intensify again. A lot of lightning around the western side of the eye wall, which indicates an intensifying storm. And now, of course, it's heading off towards Cuba as well. Unusually, through 2025, a lot of the storms that have formed in the Atlantic have taken that right turn. And so watching very carefully where Melissa is going now, because Cuba, again, is likely to see distressing amounts of water and some very, very strong winds.
We saw yesterday, Joe, those incredibly experienced pilots, the hurricane hunters, flying into the eye of the storm, which in itself is not unusual. We know that they do that to measure the wind speeds. However, what was unusual is that they had to abort one of those flights.
Yes, absolutely. I understand that they suddenly had to gain about 1,000 feet and then very quickly after dropped almost as fast. Basically, when you fly into a storm, there is only so much pressure that the plane itself can take, and they realised they were close to those critical levels and had to abort the mission and return back. Now, that's the first time I've ever heard of the hurricane hunters having to do that. I mean, it's probably a job for the brave before you start, not something I particularly enjoy, but fascinating nonetheless. And I think for them, that was probably the first time that's ever happened.
Look, let's get some perspective here, because clearly what Jamaica is struggling with is absolutely massive and atrocious, and Cuba is braced for the same. Just looking at our own weather forecast, we're seeing winds picking up here today and tomorrow as well. And of course, Melissa heads into the Atlantic. Are we, even all these thousands of miles away, are we going to feel the effects in the British Isles of Melissa in some way?
We very often do. We talk about ex-hurricanes coming along here. And of course, we can't have the hurricanes because we don't have waters that are warm enough, certainly not at this stage anyway. As far as I understand, Melissa is going to move into the open waters again. It's going to run into a cold front, which is exiting America. Now, in fact, Florida had some fairly intense rainfall as this cold front cleared away yesterday. So some fairly dramatic flooding there as well. But it also, the storm will run into the jet stream, and it'll get picked up by the jet stream, carried across the Atlantic into cooler waters. So, of course, it's losing strength as it goes. But it's also giving a kick to the jet stream, and that is likely to affect our weather at some point in the near future.
Let me bring Thomas back in. Thomas, when we see disasters like this, often, look, there's the immediate response, of course, and we still don't know what kind of devastation has really wreaked on Jamaica. Then there's the soul-searching and looking at doing things better for next time. Is there a sense that Jamaica has been able to learn from previous experiences, or has the potential cost of that meant that they've just had to crack on as best they can and batten down the hatches next time?
Well, certainly they will have learned from hurricanes in the past and tried to do what they can. And that's why we're seeing the government trying to get ahead of what they know for sure with this needs list. They anticipate that they're going to need an awful lot of beds and torches and vegetables and seeds and so on. But I think it's going to be extremely difficult for countries to adapt to our warmer future. They don't have the money, the resources to protect their coastlines from the kind of storm surges that we saw yesterday, the level of rainfall, the ferocity of the winds, which they don't, their buildings just aren't built for. So it is going to be a challenge for these countries to adapt even to a 1.5 to 2 degree warming, which is the best that we can hope for at the moment. We've got... The world is gathering in Brazil in a couple of weeks' time to talk about climate change and trying to limit the increase in temperatures in the future. Many countries rowing back from net zero. Well, this is climate change writ large. Hurricanes are natural events, but made much, much worse by global warming. And poorer countries who've emitted such a tiny proportion of the fossil fuel emissions in the past are the ones who are bearing the brunt.
Thomas, we're hearing that it has just made landfall in Cuba. I think the latest category it was given was 3, which is downgraded severely from category 5. Nevertheless, that's winds of, 125 miles per hour, which is still going to wreak devastation. Thanks for the time being. Joe, thanks to you as well for joining us. on the north coast of the island. Good morning to you, Siobhan. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am as best as I can be. It's really scary at this time. I'm without electricity. I'm without water. I'm just doing my best because I know that there's a lot of persons globally in the UK as well that really wants to know the situation and what's happening here in Jamaica. So this is just me putting out the effort to share with you what's happening here on the ground.
Yeah, and we really appreciate it. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of people in Britain who maybe first-generation Jamaican, maybe have Jamaican relatives, Jamaican friends as well. They will be concerned. I fully appreciate it. It's the middle of the night there as well, and you're up to talk to us. How have the last 24 hours been for you?
The words cannot just. It's hard for me to compare. It's the first time we've seen such a devastating storm in such a short time. We have been tracking the system since it was a tropical storm. However, it went through rapid intensification over just a short period of time. It became a Category 5 hurricane. I was able to gather enough resources that I could, non-perishable food. I was able to store water, and I was able to just visit some of my community members to find out, are they okay, what type of support that they need. I was also able to assist with transporting some of those at-risk persons to the nearest shelter. There's currently around 800 shelters that has been activated throughout the islands. They are not at full capacity, but they currently have a lot of persons who are in those shelters, not just because of the flooding, landslide, but of course, if individuals feel as if their home is not able to withstand what is going to happen, then of course they were welcome into just moving into the shelters.
Siobhan, just tell us about the sort of amenities there. And clearly, you're able to talk to us, and we're glad of that. I don't know if you're doing it on a mobile, what the power situation is there right now. Do you have electricity at the moment?
No, I don't have electricity, actually. I'm on my phone. I'm using my laptop screen as just a backlight to assist. So there's no electricity. Some communities has lost electricity longer than I did. There's currently no water as well, and that's of course because of the storm surge and the water. So it had to be cut just to protect individuals. Electricity is also out. I know that the government had brought in external partners to assist with reconnecting the island immediately. So I think that it shouldn't be long before we are back on the power grid.
This is the most powerful hurricane ever recorded to hit Jamaica. Did it feel like that?
Yes, it did. I did not venture outside, but I did take a peep outside, and I saw buildings being destroyed. I saw roofing being destroyed. I saw trees being broken. It was very scary because I would have. I did my best to protect myself and my family, but it just brings into context that there cannot be enough preparation, and there's so much hazards. There's so much things that could have happened. I'm just really thankful that the eye has passed. I think it should be, unfortunately, making landfall in Cuba as we speak or anytime soon. But for us in Jamaica, it's very early now, so we'll have to wait until the sun rises to really do an assessment of the damage that was done.
Yeah, absolutely, Siobhan. It has actually just made landfall in Cuba as it happens, and has now been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. It was Category 5, of course, when it was over Jamaica. Nevertheless, really strong winds, and Cubans are rightly going to be worried about what's coming their way and what you've experienced. Siobhan, you mentioned your family there. Now, you're a grown-up, so you've had experience of hurricane seasons before, of course. I don't know what the makeup is of your family, but if there's any children involved, how do you explain things like this to them when it's new and terrifying?
what makes it a little bit different, why I'm glad that Sky News reached out to me, is that I've been a firefighter for about 7 years. I recently just transitioned into another capacity. So normally when there's this type of disaster, last year we had Hurricane Beryl, and we've had previous natural disasters that has came. I've normally been on the ground working with individuals, working with the community. It's very difficult to put into context what is happening, but one of the key things that we do is that we try to let them understand that this is just because of the warming temperatures. We spoke about climate advocacy, climate awareness, and we want them through sustainable leadership to understand that as humans we need to be living just a little bit better in harmony with the environment, so that we can deter a lot of these adverse risks. I spoke about my family. I'm recently married. I have a wife. She's pregnant and she is scared because there may be external shocks that may push her into delivery or in premature delivery. So we are safe. Our community is safe because Jamaica, we have that type of community support, if you understand. We look out for each other as best as we can. We speak to each other as best as we can. As I said, just yesterday when we were preparing for landfall, we ventured into the community and spoke with persons and found out what type of support that they need. So just bringing it back into context to the younger persons, we just want them to understand that through sustainable management of our environment, we are able to just mitigate on these risks, as well as we want for them to know that the Prime Minister of Jamaica spoke that there's not any infrastructure in the region that can manage this type of system, but we want for them to know that we are doing our best. You can do your best. Let's talk about that resilient infrastructure.
Yes, well, Siobhan, anybody who's been a new parent or looking forward to a pregnancy, or having a baby, will empathise with your situation and certainly will feel for your wife right now. Look, just to finish off, look, I know it's early days and you're waiting for daylight to come and to look at what the scene is outside. But in calmer times, we do hear plenty of island nations around the world who are at threat from the effects of climate change, saying they don't feel like they're being heard. There is a big climate conference in Brazil in the next few weeks, the COP climate conference as well, where we're going to hear more from those island nations who are threatened with flooding or hurricanes or this kind of thing. Does Jamaica feel like that right now? Does Jamaica feel like it and other island nations are not being heard by the bigger economies of the world?
That's a wonderful question, and thank you for that. As us as small island developing states, we are extremely at risk, not just by our geographic location. We're literally located in the path of these systems, but because of our size as well. And not just that, a majority of our population lives in low-lying coastal areas. And over the past couple of years now, we've been talking about that climate justice, that disaster fund. And these are just evidence that we need that. It's hard for me to speak on behalf of what the government thinks, but I want for the more developed countries that are contributing a lot more to greenhouse emissions, a lot more to waste production that are leading to these things, to see that the effects are real. Even if it's that you're not necessarily seeing what is happening. We in the Caribbean region, I know that persons in the Pacific region as well, we're feeling very, very hard. We are losing lives because of these things. So I just want to urge the policymakers, the governments from these developed countries to really assist us in bouncing back, assist us with resilient infrastructure, assist us with this is a normal day for us. These are annual events, so we just want to be as prepared as possible.
Look, it is 20 to 3 in the morning there, Siobhan, so we're really grateful for your time. I don't want you to use any more of your phone's battery or, you found a light and switched it on, so I want you to save your energy because you don't know when you're going to get it back. And the final thing to say is really good luck with the baby. Sending best of luck to you and your wife for the rest of the pregnancy as well. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you so much. Have a good day, and thank you for inviting me. You're absolutely welcome. Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, once again. We'll get to the detail of what's been happening the past 24 hours in a second, Thomas. But that wider discussion around the impact of climate change is not going away. There is that focus on Belém in Brazil, where the COP climate conference is happening in a few weeks' time. And it is countries like Jamaica, especially in light of this, who are going to be making their case. Yes, Jamaica is produced a tiny fraction of the world's carbon emissions in recent history, and yet it is there in the path of this hurricane, which has been made far more intense by those emissions. It is, they feel this injustice, that they are the ones who are paying the penalty for our vacillation over these emissions. We argue over net zero, and we're seeing the effects. It's going to cost billions of dollars to help countries like Jamaica, indeed many Caribbean nations, to protect themselves from these increasingly intense hurricanes in the years to come. It is going to be a huge challenge. I think it was Paris in 2015, wasn't it, where they committed to keep global warming to 1.5 Celsius or below, above the average of pre-industrial times. But it certainly doesn't look like that's ever been achieved. I think it might have even been surpassed already. Back to the here and now, Thomas, that we heard about Siobhan's experience there. Without power, they can't truly check on the devastation, given that it's dark and it's the middle of the night there. And at the same time, Melissa is now in Cuba as well. Yes, we've got two operations, really. One, we've got refuge in Cuba, where they have evacuated something like 400,000 people away from the immediate path of the storm. It's going to be a very narrow path of the most ferocious winds of about 120 miles an hour as it carves its way northeast across the island. But then on Jamaica, as it becomes light in, 3 hours' time or so, you're going to see some kind of recovery operation. You can imagine that they'll want satellite images of destruction as fast as possible on the west of the island. It's going to be impossible for rescue teams to get anywhere near it. So I'm sure the government will be trying to get helicopters up in the air to fly over the area, just to gauge what kind of level of destruction has been. That will help them to know what is needed in the immediate hours and days ahead. Thomas, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. You're watching Breakfast here on Sky News. Still to come. As we've been discussing, Jamaica has been declared a disaster area by the authorities there after being hit by what is the most powerful storm they've ever recorded on the island. We'll have the latest on Hurricane Melissa, as it has now made landfall in Cuba as well.
First Minister, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you. How are you feeling?
Looking forward to getting into the parliamentary chamber.
Are you any further forward to making a decision?
No, it's an important day today.
All of the claims are in line with my parliamentary duties, so I'm making that clear to you, Conor.
He was a Scot through and through.
He was a very good politician.
Alex Salmond was controversial.
Good morning. Hurricane Melissa has made landfall on the coast of Cuba. More than 700,000 people have been evacuated there from coastal areas amid warnings of more catastrophic damage. Jamaica has been declared a disaster area after being hit by Melissa. We'll have more on that in a moment. But first, to some other breaking news this morning. The past couple of hours, the Home Office has confirmed that Hadish Kabatu, this man in the picture, has been deported. He is the asylum seeker who was convicted of sexually assaulting a teenage girl, but then accidentally released from prison last week. Our political correspondent Tamara Cohen is here with me now. We were waiting for this. The government was waiting for this, and they confirmed it a couple of hours ago.
That's right. Hadish Kabatu, who was freed on Friday from Chelmsford Prison in an astonishing error. He was supposed to be deported. He was released. He was seen wandering around in the local area in his prison tracksuit, asking people where the train station was. There was a 2-day manhunt for him. He was finally rearrested, and then it's been confirmed by the Home Office that he is now back in Ethiopia. He boarded a flight at a London airport last night, bound for the Ethiopian capital. The Home Office, we can see him actually walking up, the Home Office officials escorting him there onto that plane in the late hours yesterday. Home Office Minister Alex Norris said they were pleased with this outcome. This is what he told us this morning.
As the Home Secretary said, we're angry about the process, we're angry about the blunder that's taken place. We're grateful for the police, the vigilance of the public to make sure this individual was corralled again, but delighted that the process has come to its end in the way that it should, which is a sex offender taken off our streets and taken out of our country.
So they are pleased that he's been deported and thank the police for their quick work there. He had only been in the UK a matter of days, having come here on a small boat. He was staying at the Bell Hotel in Essex, where protests ensued before he sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl and an adult woman. He was jailed for a year in September following a trial, and has then been released after about a month, and is now back in Ethiopia, where it'll be up to the authorities there to decide what to do with him.
Tamara, thank you very much indeed for the time being. We're going to turn back now to Hurricane Melissa and the devastation it's wreaking in the Caribbean. Jamaica's Prime Minister has declared the country a disaster area. Martha Kellner has this now.
Hurricane Melissa churned through Jamaica. And when the storm cleared, its full, unforgiving ferocity came into focus. A row of colourful houses and shops in the town of Black River chewed up. They've had hurricanes here before, but not like this. The roof of the hospital peeled back in a matter of minutes. Oh, God have mercy. Entire towns redrawn by floodwater.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
People who lost everything, looking to the skies for some sign of mercy.
We're on the brink right now, we're on the
brink. This hurricane is the nightmare scenario authorities had feared. A weather system driven by winds as fast as a race car, moving through as slowly as a cyclist. Even as the storm approached landfall, officials still begging people to evacuate.
This is one of the worst experiences that we have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed.
Kuzinka fly.
Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's 2 major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barrelling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
Those pictures really are incredible to see, aren't they? Our science correspondent Thomas Moore is here now. Martha called it the perfect storm, and in terms of the devastation it's wreaked, it really has been worse perhaps than expected in some ways. What is the latest?
Well, yes, it's the combined effects of the storm surge, the intense winds, and of course that torrential rain, which Jamaica is really trying to deal with now. And there's this corridor of destruction on the west side of the island, which is causing huge problems because they can't get in there at the moment. It's dark, of course, but even with daylight, it will take a while for them to get the flights over to assess the damage. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, has said that I know many, especially those in the worst affected parishes, are feeling disheartened. Your homes may have been damaged or destroyed and your communities and towns no longer look the same. I know your pain and feel your loss. We are mobilising quickly to start the relief and recovery efforts, and we will be there with you every step of the way. And we've also had a statement from the Prime Minister of Barbados saying that her nation stands ready to assist. We are one Caribbean. We will get through this together. A feeling there, I think, that all the islands in the Caribbean feel vulnerable to these increasingly intense hurricanes which bear down on them.
I spoke a bit earlier on to the Pan-Commonwealth coordinator of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, Siobhan Brown, who saw the devastation unfold. And Kingston resident Kwame McPherson talked to me as well, saying that while Kingston, the capital, escaped the full force, it was still traumatising.
The level of noise was incredible. I've never heard anything like it before, and to go through that experience is something to remember, you know. But yeah, we're here. I'm here. Yeah, smiling, and funny enough, I just heard music being played outside on the street. So we're back to doing what we always do, you know, to overcome what we've been through. It was traumatizing to hear the wind and the rain. It was, you know, it's constant. It's almost like you had 3 rounds in a boxing match. The first round was just before Melissa actually landed. It was a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then when Melissa really landed, that's when it actually increased in intensity. And even after she left, there was still elements of how intense the noise and the rain and everything else it was.
This is the most powerful hurricane ever recorded to hit Jamaica. Did it feel like that?
Yes, it did. I did not venture outside, but I did take a peep outside, and I saw buildings being destroyed. I saw roofing being destroyed. I saw trees being broken. It was very scary because I would have I did my best to protect myself and my family.
That was Siobhan and earlier Kwame talking to me a bit earlier on. You have to just say they've got incredible fortitude and a ready smile despite the situation. These are pictures from Cuba, by the way, where Melissa has now made landfall. And I mean, Cuba is a poorer country than Jamaica. There's no doubting that. So you'd expect that the devastation there would potentially be worse. But you can see it's not just the wind speed, the rain. It is the storm surges as well that push those seas and rivers higher, swamping homes and businesses as well. We're going to bring in our weather presenter, Joe Wheeler, right now. Joe, I just went talking to Kwame and Siobhan a bit earlier on, just sort of remarkable how calm they are. I guess on this side of the Atlantic, we can't really get our heads around dealing with hurricanes, even though they deal with them year in, year out at hurricane season, don't they?
Yes, they do, but obviously not always on this scale. And occasionally the most dangerous thing about a hurricane is not what happens as it moves through. You can survive that bit. hopefully, but also the devastation that it leaves behind. You've got roads that have been turned into rivers, massive amounts of flooding, also warnings that alligators may have been displaced from where they usually reside to be out in the open water. You could encounter them anywhere. There's loss of power, there's loss of internet. Obviously, sanitation is compromised, and a lot of water pollution as well. So really, it's during these days and weeks where the cleanup operation takes place that Jamaica remains at risk. And now, of course, as you say, the storm has moved on to Cuba as a slightly weaker feature. It's now got winds of around 120 miles per hour, which sounds a lot better than 185. But remember, we've virtually never seen winds like that here at all, not ever. Also, the centre of the storm has filled a little bit. It's gone from 892 to 952. So it is weakening. I think it's actually made landfall over Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane. So a little less bad, but still not good. And as you mentioned, those storm surges, both for Jamaica and for Cuba, likely to cause problems.
Thomas is still here. And Thomas, of course, human life is of paramount importance here. Excuse me, Jamaica's Prime Minister says that they don't know yet, but they're fully expecting, sadly, people to have lost their lives. Nevertheless, as Joe pointed out there, it's wreaking havoc both with nature and in Jamaica with agriculture as well.
Yes, this was the breadbasket of Jamaica, the western side of the country, and there will be huge destruction to the crops that were there, the fruit trees and so on. And the government has appealed indeed for seeds as part of its recovery plan. It's the kind of... It's a long way back from this. You know, they were still recovering from a hurricane 18 months ago, weren't back to normal yet, and yet now they're being pummeled by one that's even more intense, causing yet more destruction. So this is going to be a massive challenge to the economy, which is so dependent on tourism as well. This was just so close to Montego Bay, one of the country's best-known resort towns. So it's going to take a lot to get back on its feet.
Joe, back to you. Jamaica is an island nation. Cuba is as well. Excuse me. And it is these countries in particular that point to the imminent threat from the result as a result of climate change and warming seas. People living in low-lying coastal areas will be testament to that.
Well, agreed, yes. I did mention a little bit earlier on that prophesied for the 2025 hurricane season, 15 storms were expected, 7 hurricanes. In fact, it's been fewer than that. We've seen 7 storms and 5 hurricanes. But of course, those hurricanes depend on the intensity. No hurricane is small, but obviously a Category 5 is worse than a Category 1. And if we're looking at a Category 6, then we're looking at a whole new area and level of devastation.
Yeah, just on that, I mean, that is being discussed now, Joe. Winds in Jamaica when it was at its most powerful of 185 miles per hour. I mean, look, you've worked in meteorology for a long time. Was the idea of a Category 6 hurricane ever mooted before?
Not that I know of, no. Of course, that 185 miles per hour quoted were sustained winds, not wind gusts. Reported wind gusts reached 220 miles per hour. Now, as many things meteorological, when it comes to verifying them, you go back after the event. When we talk about top temperatures in this country through the summer, somebody has to go out and verify that temperature was measured correctly and that the instrumentation was working as it should. Now, of course, when you've got winds of 220 miles per hour, the chances of that equipment having survived to actually verify that kind of wind gust is quite unlikely.
Joe, really appreciate you joining us. Thomas, thanks to you as well. I'm sure we'll speak later on in the morning. We will leave the hurricane there for the time being. A reminder of our other breaking news this morning. And the Home Office has confirmed that Hadish Kabatu has been deported. This is the man you'll remember who was an asylum seeker who sexually assaulted a teenage girl in Essex, was convicted, but then accidentally released from prison last week. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has said this morning that last week's blunder should never have happened. I share the public's anger that it did. I would like to thank the police for rapidly bringing Mr Kabatu into custody and the public for their vigilance. The Home Secretary continued, I've pulled every lever to deport Mr Kabatu and remove him off British soil. I'm pleased to confirm this vile child sex offender has been deported. Our streets are safer because of it. Joined by the Conservatives now in the studio, Shadow Justice Minister Dr Kieran Mullen is here. Good morning to you. I'm sure you'll welcome that news, wouldn't you?
Yes, of course. It's, I'm sure, particularly welcome news to the victims of his horrendous crimes, that they can rest easy now, knowing that he's no longer in the country. But there's 2 points I'd like to make about this case. The first is that he shouldn't have been here in the first place, and that we need a credible plan to immediately deport people just like him. And that's what we've said that we need to do. And in terms of pulling out of the ECHR, reforming the Human Rights Act, abolishing immigration tribunals so that people like him can be sent home or to a safe third country. And the other really important point I'd like to make is that, as you've said, the Home Secretary has described him as a vile child sex offender. Today, this government, at the same time as saying that, will be putting through measures that allow 2/3 of people just like him, people sent to jail for sexual assault against women and girls, to get out of prison earlier, so to be on our streets sooner. And they're doing that across a range of offences.
Why are they doing that, do you think?
Well, I believe actually it's because they don't understand the importance of punishment to victims and how important it is that they want to...
Is it not because the Tories didn't understand that prisons were full?
No. So let's be clear, there are other measures that this government and the previous government used to release criminals earlier when there is pressure on prison capacity. And those measures exclude sex offenders, they exclude the worst violent offenders. These measures have nowhere near the same levels of exclusions that those measures have. So it's unprecedented for a government to be releasing sex offenders, paedophiles, seriously violent criminals and giving them shorter prison sentences.
destroyed. I saw roofing being destroyed. I saw trees being broken. It was very scary because I would have I did my best to protect myself and my family.
Thousands of British tourists are this morning stranded on the Caribbean islands as well. The Foreign Office has set up a crisis centre to support up to 8,000 Brits who are thought to be in Jamaica. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, says that specialist rapid deployment teams are in place to provide consular assistance. Jamaica's government says it hopes to reopen its airports as early as tomorrow to help distribute emergency relief. President Trump has been saying the US is keeping a close eye on the damage caused by Hurricane Melissa and is prepared to send aid to help in the recovery. All more now on the hurricane. Martha Kellner has this report from the US.
Hurricane Melissa churned through Jamaica. And when the storm cleared, its full, unforgiving ferocity came into focus. A row of colourful houses and shops in the town of Black River chewed up. They've had hurricanes here before, but not like this. The roof of the hospital peeled back in a matter of minutes. Entire towns redrawn by floodwater.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
People who lost everything, looking to the skies for some sign of mercy.
We're on the brink. We're on the brink right now. We're on the brink.
This hurricane is the nightmare scenario authorities had feared. A weather system driven by winds as fast as a race car, moving through as slowly as a cyclist. Even as the storm approached landfall, officials still begging people to evacuate.
This is one of the worst experiences that we have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed.
Kuzinka fly.
Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's two major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barrelling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
We're joined now by Professor in Climate Risks and Resilience at the University of Reading, Liz Stevens. Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, is here with us now. Liz, it's good to see you. Can you just explain why Melissa has been so powerful?
Well, Melissa has formed over very warm waters in the Caribbean. That provides that fuel for the storm to really get very intense. Alongside that, the atmospheric conditions have been there to make this storm extremely slow moving. What that means is that rainfall contained within the storm all ends up falling over very localized areas. So you can get very large rainfall accumulations, and alongside that, you get the flash flooding and landslides as well.
Liz, it's Thomas. We're currently looking at about 1.1 degrees of warming since before the Industrial Revolution. We're heading now for at least 2 degrees of warming, perhaps even more. What will happen to hurricanes in the future?
There's a little bit of uncertainty among scientists about how the overall frequency of storms are changing. But what we're more confident about is that the frequency of the most intense storms is going to be increasing. That means that when a storm does form, it's got the fuel within that ocean temperatures to bring it up to Category 4 or Category 5 size. It's also concerning as well that we're seeing an increase in the rapid intensification of storms, and that's a big challenge for early warning systems. Actually, for Melissa, the early warnings were there relatively well in advance, which helped people to prepare and reach safety. But we've seen hurricanes in recent years, like Hurricane Otis, affecting Mexico, that rapidly intensified just before landfall. And that causes real challenges with helping people to get to safety in time.
You know, Liz, we've seen with lots of natural disasters, even in wealthy countries like the US, you think of the wildfires on the West Coast, for example, about building back better, being more prepared for next time. Easier said than done, and more expensive as well for poorer countries like Jamaica. Do you think island nations like this have got what they need to be able to withstand the brunt of worsening hurricanes?
That's a good question. I think we have to remember that for island nations, being hit by a hurricane is even more dangerous, because what can happen is that if the whole island is affected, then there's nowhere safe for people to evacuate to. There's nowhere potentially with power supply or with clean water. So it can be far more dangerous for a small island nation to be hit by a hurricane than for a larger country.
Liz, we're seeing representatives of nations gathering in Belém in Brazil shortly for the UN climate conference. How worried are you what you're seeing as a climate scientist and the protracted delays in actually reaching agreement on how to bring down emissions that are fueling these storms?
I think it's extremely concerning. We need to cut the emissions from fossil fuels as hard and as fast as we possibly can. Every degree of warming, every point degree of warming is going to have an impact on the strength of these storms, on the magnitude of flooding, on the magnitude of heat waves, wildfires. So it's really important that we cut as fast as possible.
Liz, I appreciate you're a climate scientist, not here to necessarily talk about the geopolitics, but nevertheless, all eyes are going to be on South Korea, where President Trump is meeting Xi Jinping, the two most powerful economies on the planet, the two biggest polluters as well. Certainly, whilst China continues to pollute, it looks like it is rapidly investing in more renewable energy, trying to get away from coal-fired power stations, for example. Is there any sort of glimmer of hope that these actions could stem the rise of global temperatures?
Well, there's no one solution to reducing our dependency on fossil fuels. So certainly it's going to help with China moving in that direction. But that needs to be something global. Everyone needs to play their role in it, whether that's an individual sitting in the UK. We can make our own changes personally. We can also lobby for change with our MPs and hope that our MPs as well can influence that international policy.
Professor Liz Stevens, really appreciate you joining us. Thomas, just back to you for a final thought on this. Let's move off the climate change discussion, interesting and really important as it is, because Melissa is still blowing across Cuba right now. And as Jamaica starts to wake up to the devastation, we're going to have to focus on what happens in Cuba next.
Yes, it is inland now in Cuba. It hit the eastern side of the island, close to Santiago de Cuba, which is the second largest city. And so that will have felt the full force of this Category 3 storm, weaker than the one that hit Jamaica, but nevertheless extremely powerful and dangerous, and will cause immense destruction through its winds and also pummeling the area with rain too. The combination is extremely dangerous for those in its path. But the authorities have evacuated hundreds of thousands of people, so hopefully human life will be preserved even if the infrastructure has been destroyed.
Thomas, thank you very much indeed for the time being. We're going to turn now to another important story this morning. Israel says it is now observing the ceasefire agreement again with Hamas, but that's after it launched strikes against Gaza overnight. Local hospitals officials say Israel killed more than 80 people. A member of the Israel Defense Forces has been killed as well. Joining me now is Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons, who's in Jerusalem. Adam, people may wonder how the Israeli government can say it is now observing the ceasefire when it carried out strikes on Gaza overnight.
Yeah, I think you have two different ceasefires here. You have the practical one, maybe the moral one, and clearly when a nation is launching airstrikes and killing the best part of 100 people, that is not a ceasefire. That is a display of enormous military might. Now, the Israelis say that they have targeted people specifically. They say that there are a significant number of terror targets, people associated in senior roles with Hamas, and that they've taken them out. They say that the ceasefire is now back in effect. And that takes us into this second ceasefire, and that is the document, that one that was put down, has got Donald Trump's name at the top, and which outlined effectively a cessation of the war in Gaza. And the reality is that if that now comes back into effect, if Israel stops attacking Gaza, then a lot of people will breathe a sigh of relief. This is the second time that Israel has gone into this position where it has launched huge attacks on Gaza in reprisals to the death of a soldier. First time there were 2 soldiers killed, this time there was 1. So Israel will say, we were acting in response to something that Hamas did, even though Hamas has denied being involved in the death of this soldier. Israel also says that Hamas has not been showing goodwill, has not returned the remains of deceased hostages, and that has breached the ceasefire agreement. In fact, both sides, I have to tell you, allege multiple breaches of this agreement. Israeli contacts yesterday saying to me they have got lists of hundreds of breaches carried out by Hamas. At the heart of this, though, as ever over the past month, are the Americans. And it seems clear to me that the Americans yesterday gave the green light for Israel to carry out reprisal attacks. The emotional resonance felt here when a soldier is killed is enormous. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, will have felt that he had to respond, and I think Donald Trump agreed and allowed that to happen. J.D. Vance yesterday referred to these as skirmishes. I think we have to say it's gone way beyond that. But Trump saying, well, when one of your soldiers is killed, you are going to respond. He also said Hamas is only a relatively small part of this Middle East plan. I mean, in fact, on the ground in Gaza, they are still a significant player in this. And I think now the question is, well, what happens next? Israel has stopped attacking. I think unless there is another incident comparable, they won't start again anytime soon. But what they will do is say to Hamas, you need to do what you're supposed to do in the first part of the ceasefire agreement, and that is return all of the deceased hostages. Hamas will say, I'm sure, well, we can't reach all of these bodies, that some of them are under rubble. Yesterday, a video came out which really did seem very clearly to show Hamas operatives taking a body bag and then deliberately hiding it, concealing it under earth, and then a little while later bringing a bulldozer and pretending to discover this body before presenting it to the Red Cross. That has infuriated people here in Israel as well. They think that Hamas are trying to play games with them. So all of this has fed into an arena where both sides continue to utterly mistrust the other, and where any spark can lead to this enormous reprisal. I suspect that American diplomats will have said that this was a very, very heavy-handed reprisal. I mean, dozens of people have been killed, and remember, over 68,000 Gazans were killed by Israeli military action in the 2 years of the war. But now there will be a hope that that this has calmed, that effectively Israel has got its military reprisals done, and that now a form of peace can return to Gaza. Still a very dangerous, divided place, half occupied by Israel, half now a slightly lawless environment with Hamas and other clans seeking control. But if the airstrikes can stop, then at least Gazans can return to some sense of normality, and that diplomacy can once again try to take control.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. Here, the Home Office has confirmed that a man who was arrested over a fatal stabbing in West London is an Afghan national who entered the country in a lorry back in 2020. One man has died, another was seriously injured after the triple stabbing in Uxbridge in what police described as a senseless act of violence. Sky's Alice Porter has more.
Armed with a bloody knife, the suspect chased by police, tasered, then falling to the floor.
It's a madness. Someone's been stabbed over here, someone's been stabbed here.
Paramedics were called to West London and tried to save the life of a 49-year-old man who'd been attacked while walking his dog, but died at the scene. A 45-year-old man was taken to hospital with life-changing injuries. A 14-year-old boy was also stabbed, but survived. One neighbour walked past moments after the attack.
There was a man on the floor, a police officer on top of him, and I could just hear screaming, "See sirens." I walked about 2 seconds up and there was a man on the floor being resuscitated. I continued walking. I was trying to find out what was going on because it was all happening so quick. I just feel very relieved as well because obviously I was still walking in line. I would have been the next person.
Residents have told me they're shocked that this triple stabbing could take place on a quiet suburban street. A 22-year-old Afghan national has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. It's understood he entered the UK in a lorry in 2020 and was granted asylum and leave to remain 2 years later. But for this community who saw their streets become a crime scene, their thoughts are with the victims' families.
Breaks my heart, really breaks my heart. It's really sad. All I can do is pray for them.
On Tuesday evening, more than 100 locals gathered in memory of the man who died. These stabbings are not being treated as terrorism, but questions remain as to why they happened in this community. Alice Porter, Sky News.
has declared his country a disaster area. Martha Kellner has this report now.
Hurricane Melissa churned through Jamaica. And when the storm cleared, its full, unforgiving ferocity came into focus. A row of colourful houses and shops in the town of Black River chewed up. They've had hurricanes here before, but not like this. The roof of the hospital peeled back in a matter of minutes. Entire towns redrawn by floodwater.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
People who lost everything, looking to the skies for some sign of mercy.
We're on the brink. We're on the brink right now. We're on the brink.
This hurricane is the nightmare scenario authorities had feared. A weather system driven by winds as fast as a race car, moving through as slowly as a cyclist. Even as the storm approached landfall, officials still begging people to evacuate.
This is one of the worst experiences that we have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed.
Kuzinka fly.
Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's two major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barrelling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
Joining us now is Jamaican Chef of the Year, Brian Lumley, who is partnering with the World Central Kitchen to help get food to communities that need it in Jamaica after the storm. Brian, it's good to see you again. We spoke this time yesterday. How has the last 24 hours been for you?
Matt, good to see you again. The last 24 hours was a rough one. The winds picked up significantly. The rains came. Everything we talked about before heading into the storm and worse. It was just a wild ride. Kingston was spared the brunt of it, but my friends in the west, Bluefields, St. Elizabeth, just after I talked to you, I was talking to one of them who was on the cliffside, and we just lost communication at 9 o'clock.
We were speaking to Siobhan earlier on, who is further west of Kingston without power as well. I'm guessing you've got power given the lights are on. But in terms of communicating with others who you want to check in on, Brian, what is the situation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are no comms. In St. Elizabeth, it's all down. In Montego Bay, it started to come back up a little bit. Kingston, we lost power. We got back power. We lost power again last night, and when I stayed up, we got back power about an hour ago. So it's been pretty stable in Kingston. Right now, over 500,000 people on the island are without power, and that represents over 70% of the population with regards to electricity.
Yes, it was serious impact. I know, just to reiterate for people, it's just gone, coming up to 4:10 in the morning there, so still nighttime, still dark out. Is there any sense of just how badly impacted areas are? Can you tell yet? Can people get a picture of it yet?
Yeah, they're starting to get a picture from the videos that we have been seeing circulating on social media. But as people start to go out last night, we saw some videos from some of our friends in Montego Bay. Thankfully, they were able to send those out. But you're really going to get a sense of it as sunrise this morning. That's when, the air is calm, places still, some of the water have now receded. You're really going to see the devastation and the damage. I'm not looking forward to the casualties and the carnage that's going to be revealed afterwards. But the focus now is to move forward with purpose and togetherness. Like we have identified the shelters. We've been doing a lot of coordination work within the last 24 hours between ODPEM, World Central Kitchen, the representatives that are there in Miami yet to come down. They're just waiting for the airport to open. We've identified the location, the logistics, where they're going to land, where they're going to set up, who's going to get food first. We've identified all those, where we're going to airlift food to first. It was just like a whole coordination happening right now, and we're ready to go.
Brian, food is your life. You're an award-winning chef, and we were talking yesterday, weren't we, about how the area affected by the hurricane is the breadbasket of Jamaica. What that means is that we hear the authorities are asking for food, even asking for seeds and things to be brought back in. So that area where food is grown, where produce comes from, can be got back on its feet fairly quickly.
One of the biggest things you can do for Jamaica right now, outside of donations and helping us to rebuild, is seeds. We're going to need a lot of seeds. Right. And if we can find some way to get a bank of seeds, that's going to be really helpful, because St. Elizabeth is where a lot of our food grows. They're transported to Kingston in our coronation markets, and they're distributed further to the rest of the island. So that's a huge, huge loss for us. And as I was talking earlier in our previous interview, we lost a lot of crops that were just coming back in season, to then again just lose it. It's like vanished, right? So we're gonna have a difficult road ahead, but we will be resilient. We're going to rebuild stronger. We're just going to need some help.
Yeah, you were saying, Brian, weren't you, that the banana crop had been hit and it just got back to some sort of normality yesterday, and now this. Fingers crossed that something survived and can still be harvested as well. Back to the bigger picture, there will be people like you who've come through it and it was scary, but thankfully remain unscathed. Hopefully most people like that. But as a nation, how is Jamaica going to cope with the inevitable devastation? The Prime Minister himself saying he fears loss of life. That's a lot for a country of your size to take.
It is. And as we sit and reflect on it, we're not going to have much time to do that, because we have a lot of work to do. And one thing with Jamaicans, we're not a bunch of people that sit and cry about our situation. We're going to get to work immediately. We're going to help anybody that needs help. And we're going to focus and channel our energy into rebuilding right away, before you know it. And I'm sure they're going to plug in some dancehall and reggae music while rebuilding. So it's going to be a sad atmosphere at first, but that's going to immediately channel into purpose. We're going to do it together, and we're going to rebuild stronger.
I love to hear you're going to plug in the dancehall and the reggae and just roll your sleeves up and get on with it. Brian, it's great to speak to you again after speaking to you yesterday as well. And main thing is, so glad you're safe and sound as well. Do keep in touch, and thanks for talking to us again this morning here on Sky News.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for connecting and giving me this platform to express this.
You're welcome. Now, Jamaica's Prime Minister took to social media after declaring the country a disaster area, asking communities to remain hopeful, which is pretty much the vibe Brian had there. He posted the following, saying, "Our country has been ravaged by Hurricane Melissa, but we will rebuild and we will do so even better than before. Tonight, I encourage Jamaicans to be hopeful," he said. "I know many, especially those in the worst affected parishes, are feeling disheartened. Your homes may have been damaged or destroyed, and your communities and towns no longer look the same. I know your pain and I feel your loss," he said. "We are mobilising quickly to start the relief and recovery efforts, and we will be there with you every step of the way." Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore. So look, we're awaiting sunrise in 2 or 3 hours' time in Jamaica for them to be able to truly assess the situation, Thomas. But also, we're having to keep an eye on Cuba because that's where Melissa is now.
Yes, they want to get helicopters up in the air over Jamaica to see what the destruction is like. Many areas will be impassable by road, so looking down either through satellite or through helicopters is the only way of assessing what is needed and how much of it. But with Cuba, they have been they've been ahead of the game. They've evacuated 735,000 people, according to the Cuban president, moving them out of harm's way. So although this is still a destructive storm, it's now a Category 3 storm, winds of 120 miles an hour as it crossed the coast at 7:10 UK time. It's now down to 115 miles an hour, sustained wind speed, with gusts ahead of that. But it is the rain, too, that is going to cause huge destruction there. There are already reports of flooding, pictures of streets and rivers which are really submerged by water, and that will cause a great deal of damage to buildings too. But as I say, Cuba is used to hurricanes. They've had 37 hurricanes this century. So although it is by no means a country that has huge economic resources, they do move people out the way with well-rehearsed plans to make sure that they reach a place of safety when these storms do barrel in.
Let's bring in our weather presenter, Joe Wheeler, right now. Joe, it's interesting. People are hearing that there have been fewer storms and hurricanes this season and may think, oh, well, things aren't as bad as we expected. Is that the case? Because Melissa has been one of the most powerful hurricanes on record.
Melissa is likely to be record-breaking. It saw that internal pressure around 862, was it? Millibars, which is, 892. So below the 900. It's now filled a little to 952. Also, a sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, gusts to 220, and almost 40 inches of rain in some places. So if you look at that overall as a Category 5 storm, you do wonder where the boundary has to be into a Category 6. Now, as you say, Cuba has also been the recipient of many hurricanes over the years, but only 3 really major ones. Matthew in 2016, Ike in 2008, and Dennis in 2005. So Melissa coming along, admittedly, she's now a Category 3 hurricane, winds of 115 to 120 miles per hour, that higher pressure through the centre, but still likely to do an awful lot of damage. And like Jamaica, there are going to be similar problems where you see the roads turn into rivers, you see this massive storm surge, you see the flooding everywhere. Maybe you won't see quite the damage that you do to structures such as houses, hospitals, power lines, whatever, but it's still bad. So the question is it the frequency of the storms and the hurricanes, or is it the ferocity of them? Because certainly Melissa will go down in history.
Joe, it's Thomas. I mean, we kind of forget that it's not just about the winds. It is the rain that you've mentioned, the intensity of that rain, but it's falling over a huge area. Even Haiti and the Dominican Republic, which was some way away from the eye of this storm, they too are feeling the full force of this. And of course, Haiti is really struggling with the humanitarian crisis already.
Yeah, exactly. So you are having that fallout in terms of the exacerbated rainfall. As I say, Florida got forgotten yesterday, but the tail end of a frontal system gave them a huge amount of rain and some flooding. So wherever it happens, it's not particularly good news. The one worrying fact that I heard about Jamaica this morning was the fact that alligators might be displaced. So in places where you wouldn't expect to find an alligator, there might just be one lurking around, and it might be quite hungry as well.
Yeah, that really is terrifying, and you know, problem on problem, really, isn't it, Joe?
These terrible pictures that we're seeing, you know, of the flooding, the wind damage, and everything else. As I say, you were speaking just a minute ago about agriculture. It's going to wipe out the crops. This kind of flooding for sure. And I saw this saddest picture on social media of one farmer who tried to weight down his fruit tree to stop it from being uprooted. He'd got all sorts of bits and pieces on there, including the porcelain of an old lavatory, and the tree was still lifting. And you're thinking, you do your level best, you do whatever you can to try and stop the devastation. But when nature decides, nature decides.
Yeah, I think there's going to be dozens of those kinds of stories, people who are just hunkering down because they perhaps left it too late to go anywhere else or had nowhere else to go. And yeah, hopefully people have managed to come through relatively unscathed. Look, Thomas, back to you. This is going to prompt more discussion, isn't it, about the impact of climate change? But people may argue against the reasons, but the seas are warming. And it's the warm seas that are causing this. And as you mentioned there in your question to Joe, the widespread impact of just a deluge of rain happening as a result.
Yes, climate change can have two effects on hurricanes. Not so much the frequency. There's no evidence that the frequency of these storms is going to increase, but it's the intensity. Not only of the wind speeds, but also how much water they carry. The water, the warm water is the fuel for these winds. And as that water warms, they spin faster. But also warm air allows storms to hold more water, and that, of course, is what is falling as torrential rain.
Thomas, Joe, thank you both very much indeed. You're watching Breakfast here on Sky News. Coming up, we'll ask why there are calls for senior managers at a Cambridge hospital to be sacked. More on that in a moment.
People want intelligent news, but it can be done in a less buttoned-up way.
Have a conversation in the same way that people do at home. Sophie is the best in the business.
If politicians are not answering the question, I'm not going to let them get away with that. This is my interview. Look, this is ridiculous. And there is nobody better to cut through the noise than Wilf.
You did say there wouldn't be further tax hikes. You can no longer make that promise. Mornings with Ridge and Frost. I literally can't wait to get going.
Play it cool, Wilf. Play it cool.
I witnessed the complete destruction of a place linked to my childhood memories.
This is insane.
I'm Yusra Al-Bagher, Sky's Africa correspondent based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I felt awe when we saw the mountain gorillas in Rwanda.
They call him the king of the jungle. This is the alpha silverback.
Sky News. Get the full story first.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling.
It's not his country, it's ours.
Sky News, the full story first, free wherever you get your news. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in.
Families whose children were treated by the suspended surgeon Kuldeep Store at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge say senior managers should leave or be sacked after an independent report found several failings. Joining me now is our health correspondent Laura Bundock. Laura, tell us more about this situation.
Well, this report was commissioned following the suspension early this year of Kuldeep Store, who worked as a paediatric orthopaedic surgeon here. The aim of this report was to find out whether
local partner, the Musan Foundation, in a community called Bull Bay, which is just a few miles east of Kingston. And we have been in regular communication with our partner and community members to understand what their needs are and what they anticipate their needs to be. We haven't had any communication since the power and communications went down yesterday afternoon, but they have already communicated to us that they anticipate they're going to need things like clean water, chlorine tablets, jerry cans, mosquito nets to prevent the spread of disease from mosquitoes with all the standing water. So we are already working with other partners and vendors to see what supplies are in country, what might need to be brought in, and setting up some supply chains for those items.
The intensity, Jessica, of Melissa is out of the ordinary, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful hurricanes to hit Jamaica, at least recorded anyway. In terms of your response, how unusual is that? Or is this just business as usual for you after a devastating hurricane?
This is definitely a different scale, but we have had experience with large-scale impacts before with Hurricane Marie and Dorian, even Hurricane Matthew back in 2016. So it's not the first time Mercy Corps has had to respond to such wide-scale devastation. Unfortunately, this seems to be becoming more and more common. What made it more difficult is the rapid intensification and the challenges in predicting the path. So it makes it harder for organizations like Mercy Corps and first responders within the countries to plan and to make decisions around evacuations and where to pre-position supplies.
How important is it that organizations like yours exist? Because we've seen in the past year, certainly from a US perspective, investment in the likes of USAID being pulled by the Trump administration. So how important is it for you and organizations like yours to potentially try and fill that gap?
Yeah, in disasters like this one, it's often exceeds the capacity of local responders. So having international assistance to help support the local response mechanisms is very important, particularly on islands where the entire island is impacted. Supplies need to be brought in, so logistical support to that country becomes very important. So having international assistance is necessary when you have disasters that exceed the capacity of the local response infrastructure.
And Jessica, final question from me. Look, we're talking about Jamaica because it's been hit, but Melissa has moved on towards Cuba now and is causing a lot of rainfall in Hispaniola, where Dominican Republic and Haiti is, and also in Florida as well, by the way. Are you able to focus efforts on all of these places? I mean, that is a stretch for resources, isn't it?
It is, yes. We have a large team in Haiti who have already mobilized and have deployed some of their staff from different parts of the country to the south and are already mobilizing international coordination mechanisms and working with the local government to be able to respond to the very heavy rainfall there and localized flooding and landslides. And then we have some partners in Bahamas from Hurricane Dorian, so we will be reaching out to see what support might be needed there. Cuba is a little more challenging, but we are definitely monitoring the situation and we'll see what kind of support is needed across the region.
Jessica Bell from the Mercy Corps, really appreciate you joining us here on Sky News this morning. Thomas is back, our science correspondent, and also Tamara as well, our political correspondent. Thomas, first, let's just take a look at what is likely then to happen throughout the day, because Jamaica's going to wake up and Cuba as well, while it's being hit by Melissa.
Yes, we're about half an hour away from first light in Jamaica. That will reveal the scale of the destruction. The military want to get helicopters above the corridor of destruction in the west of the island that has scored a path through the mountains, that rural region, which is going to have had landslides, immense flooding and destructive power from the hurricane itself. Then the refugee organisation can try and work out what is needed next. But in Cuba, we're still seeing the power of this hurricane, weaker than it was when it crossed over Jamaica, but still packing a punch. It seems most people will have got out of harm's way, well-rehearsed civil contingency procedures there, but nevertheless still enough to cause infrastructural damage.
Tomorrow, the lead political story of the day has been the deportation of Hadish Kabatu, the man who was incorrectly released from prison, having been convicted of sexual assault on a child. The sigh of relief for the government, but it took them a while after this horrendous mistake.
The Home Secretary said that they pulled every lever to find him after he was wrongly released from prison in Chelmsford on Friday. He was supposed to be deported. He was instead let free, was wandering the streets talking to members of the public. And he, of course, assaulted a 14-year-old girl and an adult woman, was jailed for a year. They finally caught up with him and he boarded a plane. We caught him on camera there at Heathrow last night, bound for the Ethiopian capital. He landed there this morning, so he has been deported. The Home Secretary says this should never have happened, but of course it raises serious questions for the authorities.
Well, serious arguments between the Conservatives and Labour over this and asylum and the criminal justice system. In fact, Dr Kieran Mullen was here from the Tories earlier on. We tried to discuss this until, well, he got slightly distracted. Have a look.
There is already a measure that we brought in government.
Do you want to get that alarm?
My watch.
That's all right, it happens.
In government, that... sorry, I'm going to chuck it out of the way.
You can take your time and switch it off.
I don't know what the right button is. That...
I can reassure you he got his watch back, although that's a kind of alarm I haven't heard since the 80s. I don't know if he's wearing a sort of an old-school Casio. I mean, if it was my alarm going off, sadly it'd be the...
Entire towns redrawn by floodwater.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
People who lost everything, looking to the skies for some sign of mercy.
We're on the brink. We're on the brink right now. We're on the brink.
This hurricane is the nightmare scenario authorities had feared. A weather system driven by winds as fast as a race car, moving through as slowly as a cyclist. Even as the storm approached landfall, officials still begging people to evacuate.
This is one of the worst experiences that we have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed.
Kuzinka fly.
Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's two major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barreling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
Let's just show you the live position of Melissa as we look at the live tracking here. You can see the now Category 3 hurricane pretty much over the centre of the landmass of Cuba there. We're hearing Guantanamo Bay, for example, winds there of 75 miles per hour, but when it made landfall, winds of around 120, 125, somewhat down on the 185 sustained wind speeds that Jamaica endured. There were reports of gusts of up to 220 miles per hour in Jamaica, but Melissa currently making its way across Cuba and then will continue out into the ocean on the other side. Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, shall we? And Thomas, just give us a sense of what's happened. We were talking about the predictions yesterday, but what have we actually seen in reality?
Well, we've got two islands and two very different stages in their battle with this hurricane. Let's start with Jamaica, where they are waiting for first light, which is within the next half hour or so. They'll want to get helicopters up to the western side of the island to see this corridor of destruction that was described by the Prime Minister. It's likely that a region of about 20 miles wide has been scored across the island from St Elizabeth in the south over to the north coast, quite close to Montego Bay, the holiday resort familiar to many people, and it has caused immense devastation for sure. These were extremely strong winds. Only the second or third most powerful hurricane in recorded Atlantic history. That gives you some idea on what is happening to these hurricanes as the climate warms. And it's not just people who were in harm's way. The buildings will have been toppled by such forces, but also the crops that they depend on for food, those too will have been ripped up and destroyed. And we've seen from the needs list issued by the Jamaican government, everything from sleeping mats and cots to torches to vegetable seeds to try and get the country back on its feet. But then, of course, the Melissa has now moved on to Cuba, as you described, now over the centre of the landmass. And weakening all the time, but still packing winds or sustained winds of 115 miles an hour. Now, in Cuba, the president has said that 735,000 people have been moved out of harm's way. Their buildings, though, are still vulnerable. It will still cause immense destruction, not just from the winds, but also from these huge rains, up to 50 centimetres of rain in Cuba just today, and that will cause flooding, landslides, and further damage.
Thomas, good to have you with us. Let's also bring in our weather presenter, Joe Wheeler, who's standing by for us. And Joe, we're talking about all of these record rainfall amounts, these record wind speeds. The thing that now is key is to kind of see if we can calibrate the instruments that we use to measure them and whether actually even that tech has existed after this hurricane's passed over.
Well, the last time we had some very strong winds here in the UK and Ireland, the strongest gust failed to be recorded properly because the instrumentation simply got blown out, wouldn't work. And when you're looking at perceived wind gusts of 220 miles per hour, you do wonder whether the instrumentation is going to be all right after the event. But yes, this has been an extreme storm, possibly record-breaking, if not very close to. It's had centres of the storm down to around 892 millibars, now risen to 952. So as you mentioned, it is weakening. Started off with these sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, gusting to 220 potentially. And now arriving in Cuba, we're looking at winds of around 115 to 120. Again, there'll be some gusts higher than that. But, you know, we talk about those figures as if those aren't actually too bad, given what went before, which is agreed. But when you think about what we're used to in this country, we've never seen anything like that. And the devastation to the infrastructure, to the power, to the water. You know, parts of Jamaica saw 40 inches of rain, which is massive. There's some concern as well that alligators might have been misplaced, will turn up what they're not expected to be. But also for Cuba, potentially 20 inches of rain. So again, you're going to see roads turn to rivers, flooding where there shouldn't be any, and of course the impact on agriculture as well. There's already been an appeal for seeds. You know, they're going to have to completely rethink where they're up to and how they go forward after this. The cleanup operation is going to take months, not just the buildings, the power, the internet, just about everything.
The hurricane season, Joe, not yet over. How has 2025 compared with previous years and compared to the predictions of what could have happened?
Well, the predictions for 2025 were for 15 storms and 7 hurricanes. In fact, what has happened is we've had 7 storms and 5 hurricanes, so fewer than anticipated. But then again, when you get one of this magnitude, obviously the impact is that much greater.
Joe Wheeler there for us. Thomas Moore still with us as well. And Thomas, what are the key considerations at this point in an event such as this for the authorities?
Assessing the scale of the damage, the help that's needed by those who've been in harm's way, and then trying to prioritise what they need. So clearly they need to restore power, they need to make sure that people have access to clean water and to food. There is concern about hospitals that have been perhaps badly damaged. They will want to restore those as quickly as possible because we've heard from aid agencies their concerns about the health infrastructure, the possibility of disease, the possibility of mosquitoes breeding in stagnant water. All these things are going to complicate the recovery of these countries as they get back on their feet from Hurricane Melissa. It has been an awful few hours, but it's nowhere near over yet.
Thomas Moore there for us and Joe Wheeler before that. Thank you both so much. Plenty more as well on the Sky News website and app. The live blog running, my team's on the online desk, pulling together all of our insight analysis and reporting and also eyewitness accounts to get it for yourselves online. It is 12 minutes past 10. It's a Wednesday morning. Let's talk about the day's other leading story for you. The migrant sex offender who was the focus of a manhunt after being mistakenly released from prisons being deported to Ethiopia. The Ethiopian national was convicted for sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl in Epping in Essex before being wrongfully freed from HMP Chelmsford. Joining us now, Michaela Loach, a British Jamaican climate author and activist who has immediate family and friends in Jamaica. Good to have you with us. I appreciate you sharing your time. We heard there from the previous guest that comms have been tricky. Have you managed to hear from friends and family in Jamaica?
Well, I woke up, after a very restless and worry-filled night, to just see that I hadn't actually heard from my family since one in the morning, and then didn't hear from them for a while, which was quite terrifying. But thankfully, around like 8:30 UK time this morning, I did hear from them, and my family are thankfully safe. My aunt's nephew's house has been completely flattened by the hurricane, but thankfully, as people, they are physically safe, and I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I can understand that weight must have been gut-wrenching as we see these images kind of starting to get some understanding of the impact. Whereabouts are your family positioned in relation to where the storm passed through?
So my family are mostly in Portmore. That's where my grandma, my uncles and my cousins are. And thankfully, the storm did not directly go through Portmore. It was meant to, and then changed direction. But it also feels somewhat uncomfortable to say, thankfully, when it meant that the storm went directly through St. Elizabeth, and that is a parish of Jamaica that is still in recovery from Hurricane Beryl, and has now been hit even harder by this storm of the century. So I'm very worried for people of St. Elizabeth. My family also in Manchester in the Hills. Thankfully, they've been okay, but my aunt's nephew, he was in St. Mary, and that's where his house was destroyed. And I think a lot of coastal communities and communities on the hillside are the ones who will have faced the brunt of this, and we're going to have to wait until the light comes again at daybreak to see the extent of the damage.
And I assume at this point, no sign of the authorities yet?
Well, it's the middle of the night in Jamaica now, so even the Jamaican government have said that they're going to have to wait until the morning to really see the extent of the damage. But also there's so much flooding, so it's really hard for people to actually work out and get to people. Also, power's gone out. My family are without power. The only way we've been able to contact them is because we prepared them to charge battery packs. They also have no water, but we also prepared them to fill up water tanks. But unfortunately, most families in Jamaica do not have the resources to be able to do things like have water tanks. The reason I think my family are also safe is because we put hurricane straps on their roof in the last couple of years, thinking ahead to the fact that more hurricanes will be coming, and because of the climate crisis, and will be much stronger. But unfortunately, most families in Jamaica can't afford to do that. Also, we've managed to prepare my family with at least a month's worth of food, because my mum remembers that in 1988, when Hurricane Gilbert struck, when she was a kid in Jamaica, the shops didn't have any food for over a month. And most families in Jamaica can't afford to buy a week's worth of food, let alone a month's worth. So I think that we still haven't seen the impact of this hurricane, let alone the immediate impact, but the long-term impacts of this. And I think it's really important that we don't forget about Jamaica beyond this, and that we stay around for the recovery efforts, but also that we put responsibility for funding this recovery also with those who've caused this crisis. It shouldn't be on the shoulders of Jamaica, who's contributed so little to the climate crisis, to have to fix this damage. It should be on the shoulders of the fossil fuel industry and fossil fuel CEOs to actually tackle this crisis. They're making millions in their salaries each year. So instead of calling this Hurricane Melissa, we should call it Hurricane Darren, after Darren Woods, the CEO of ExxonMobil, or Hurricane Weil, after Weil Sawan, the CEO of Shell. Both of those CEOs have a huge responsibility for this climate crisis and are making millions from it, and we need to put the responsibility on them.
You talked about Beryl. I think that was about 18 months or so ago now, and the impact of that still being felt, the cumulative impact now of Melissa on top of that. And you allude in that answer there to the tragedy that so many of the communities who are so greatly impacted by climate change, are worsening and strengthening storms, are those that often have contributed the least to climate change, and equally often have the least infrastructure to be able to protect themselves against the impact of it.
Yes, exactly. It's mostly previously colonised countries that are being most impacted by this climate crisis. So countries that have already had their resources stripped away from them over decades of colonisation, and then currently through very unequal global geopolitical power structures. These are the countries that are also being hit the worst by this climate crisis, that they've contributed the least to. Historically, the US has contributed 40% of historic emissions in causing the climate crisis. Up until the industrial period, and the UK was responsible for over 90% of these emissions. Currently, fossil fuel companies are the most responsible for this crisis, and yet they are not the ones who are having to pay for it the most. And I also think it's really important that we understand that was not an inevitability and this was not a natural disaster. The fact that this hurricane was able to reach a Category 5, the highest and strongest level of hurricane, was because of energy it gained from these unnaturally warm seas and oceans that are this warm because of dangerously high levels of planet-warming gases in our atmosphere that result from burning of fossil fuels. And we've been deliberately locked into this fossil fuel economy for far longer than we actually need to be. I mean, ExxonMobil, one of these huge fossil fuel companies, they did some of the first climate science back in the 70s and 80s and saw the impacts that would come from the burning of their own products. But rather than pushing us towards the transition that we need for all of us to be safe, they decided continue and push forward for more fossil fuels and to push climate delay and climate denial and to lobby progress. So they have so much research, worked out what parts of the world would be impacted by the climate crisis and decided that some lives were not worth saving and not worth protecting. And so it's really important that we realise this was not an inevitability, this is not a natural disaster, and that we need to put responsibility on the people and the institutions that have caused this.
Obviously, this conversation, this storm comes just weeks before the next COP meeting in Brazil. We've seen many of them now. We've seen the Paris Climate Accord and the commitments and the agreements that the countries around the world made to try and limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. To what degree do you feel as though tragedies such as this and moments of reflection such as this will feed into the minds and the conversations of those in Brazil in a few weeks?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'll be in Brazil for COP30 in Belém. I leave next week to travel to Belém. And I feel so angry about the state of the climate crisis that we are in. And I'm glad that I feel angry because I think the fossil fuel industry need to be afraid of us. They need to know that our movements and people across the world will not let them continue to destroy our world. Will not let them continue to profit off our destruction. And I think that this is a wake-up, I think, for many of us across the world of the urgency of the climate crisis. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this is going to be our new normal, that every year I will be afraid for my family's safety in Jamaica and that more and more of us will be afraid for our family's safety. Lots of people have said that the climate crisis is going to be manifested by, watching disaster on our phones until one day we are the ones recording it ourselves. I think
We're just losing the connection with you there, Michaela. I'm so sorry. You've just frozen on our screens. Apologies for the lack of connection there. But Michaela, if you can still hear me, appreciate you sharing your time and thoughts. And again, apologies for that blip there in the signal. This is just where Melissa, as Michaela and I were talking about, this is where Melissa is currently situated. It's making its way across Cuba, and we'll continue to bring you up to speed on all the developments of Melissa as we get it. Now then, President Trump's revealed a trade deal has been reached and nearly finalised.
Sky News.
Let's speak to our science correspondent Thomas Moore and weather presenter Joe Wheeler. Thomas, first to you, where are we currently at with Melissa?
Well, Melissa is currently over the mountainous interior of Cuba. It has weakened since it left Jamaica overnight, but still a Category 3 storm, and the US National Hurricane Center says that it still packs very damaging winds, very heavy rain, and that will leave a trail of destruction across Cuba, just as it did in Jamaica. Now, in Cuba, the president has said that 735,000 people were moved out of harm's way, but it will still cause immense infrastructure damage. It will then move off into the Caribbean once more, but it is expected to weaken further as it moves towards the Bahamas, where it will hit later on tonight. But in Jamaica, it is now dawn. You're beginning to glimpse the first signs of the destruction. We know that in Kingston, the capital, there has been damage, but that does not compare to what will have happened in the west of the island. More remote, much more inaccessible, particularly now that those immense rains will have caused, I'm sure, landslides that have blocked roads and will prevent emergency teams reaching those who desperately need help. The military will try and get helicopters in the air because that is going to be the best way of assessing what kind of damage has been done and the scale of it, because that's how you determine what help is needed.
And Thomas, worth remembering as well that many parts of Jamaica are still recovering from the impact of Storm Beryl, which hit 18 months or so ago.
Yes, that's right, and the country still hasn't got back on its feet, and now you're dealing with a hurricane that is even worse. The government has released what it calls a needs list that covers everything from 100,000 mattresses, the same number of cots, buckets, flashlights, everything that could be needed in the immediate aftermath, but also thinking ahead, because the west side of the island was the breadbasket. It provided much of the food that people needed. Those crops have been destroyed by this hurricane, so it is appealing for seeds, vegetable seeds, fruit seeds, so that it can try and replant those crops and make sure that people have food to eat in the future.
Thomas Moore there in our Westminster studio for us. Let's also bring in Joe Wheeler. Joe, what are the kind of the key facts and figures people need to know about this storm, its wind speeds, its rainfalls, its intensity?
Well, really quite impressive, always round, record-breaking potentially, but these things need to be verified. Jamaica is no stranger to hurricanes. The notable one was back in 1988, Hurricane Gilbert, which brought storm surges, flooding, loss of crops once again. But this time, this was a Category 5 with the centre of the low down at 892 millibars, which is pretty much record-breaking. Again, this will need to be verified over the next few days. It was punching 185 mile per hour sustained winds with gusts to 220 miles per hour. Now, we can only imagine those kind of wind speeds here. The last time we had strong winds, the equipment broke when we needed to actually measure it for real. So an awful lot of rain, very strong winds. And it's not just whilst the storm is going through, because, of course, once the storm has left, you're left with the debris. You're left with the fact that you've got structural problems. You know, a lot of roofs have blown off in places. A lot of the fruit trees are down. Crops are out. Roads have turned to rivers. There's a chance that alligators have been misplaced. This is one thing that's been bothering me this morning. You know, they're not going to be where you expect them to be. The power is down. There's no internet. I mean, the difficulties faced by the people left behind in Jamaica in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa is going to be horrendous.
Just looking at kind of a timeline of Category 5 since they've been tracked throughout the course of history, Melissa standing out in particular for the high wind speeds, also those gusts, potentially 220, also incredibly low pressure at the heart of that system as well. This is throwing up questions as to whether we need to kind of reappraise how we categorise storms, isn't it?
Well, it does. Interestingly, the predictions for 2025 were to see something around, I've got these numbers here somewhere, 17 storms. Was it 17 storms and about 5 hurricanes? And it's turned out to be 7 and 5 instead. 7 storms, 5 hurricanes. But if those hurricanes are of greater intensity, causing more damage, then obviously that has greater impact.
Joe, good to have you with us, meteorologist Joe Wheeler. And before that, Thomas Moore, thank you both so much. And let's just remind you where Melissa is tracking right now. It's making its way across Cuba. It's just looking as though it's soon to leave the landmass of Cuba and make its way out back into the ocean. Those northern lying islands maybe getting a weakened storm. This is the challenge, though, of course. These storms lose their energy whilst they're over land, but do have the capacity to regain energy and intensity when they head back out into the ocean. So it'll be interesting just to see how Melissa develops, whether she continues to weaken or whether she is sustaining her intensity. We'll keep fully across the impact of Melissa going forward, but also as day starts to break in the region in Jamaica. It's around 6 in the morning their local time. We'll start to bring you more on the impact in Jamaica, the full extent of that storm being understood in the coming hours. We're going to bring it all together, all of the reporting, insight, analysis, and also eyewitness testimony on the live blog on the Sky News app. Turn to our top story now. The Prime Minister of Jamaica saying the island's been turned into a disaster area after being hit by the wild winds of Hurricane Melissa. This is satellite imagery of the storm. It brought 185-mile-an-hour sustained winds, reported gusts of 220, and they flooded homes and businesses. They left properties across large parts of the path without power. Melissa's now Category 3. It's made landfall and is passing over Cuba as we speak. Well, earlier we heard from Jamaican Chef of the Year, a Kingston resident, Brian Lumley, who described the impact across the island.
The last 24 hours was a rough one. The winds picked up significantly. The rains came. Everything we talked about before heading into the storm and worse. It was just a wild ride. Kingston was spared the brunt of it, but my friends in the west, Bluefields, St. Elizabeth, yeah, there are no comps. In St. Elizabeth, it's all down. In Montego Bay, it started to come back up a little bit. Kingston, we lost power. We got back power. We lost power again last night. And when I stayed up, we got back power about an hour ago. So it's been pretty stable in Kingston. Right now, over 500,000 people on the island are without power, and that represents over 70% of the population. They're starting to get a picture from the videos that we have been seeing circulating on social media. But as people start to go out last night, we saw some videos from some of our friends in Montego Bay. Thankfully, they were able to send those out. But you're really going to get a sense of it as sunrise this morning. That's when, the air is calm, place is still, some of the water have now receded. You're really going to see the devastation and the damage. I'm not looking forward to the casualties and the carnage that's going to be revealed afterwards. But the focus now is to move forward with purpose and togetherness. Like we have identified the shelters. We've been doing a lot of coordination work within the last 24 hours between ODPEM, World Central Kitchen, the representatives that are there in Miami yet to come down. They're just waiting for the airport to open. We've identified the location, the logistics, where they're gonna land, where they're gonna set up, who's gonna get food first. We've identified all those, where we're gonna airlift food to first. It was just like a whole coordination happening right now, and we're ready to go.
Let's bring in meteorologist Gemma Plum. Good to have you with us. I'm very cognizant when we do these stories as presenters, we just rattle off the numbers, 185-mile-an-hour sustained winds, 220-mile-an-hour gusts. Give us a sense of context, if you will, as to how remarkable Melissa's proven.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it was a Category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 185 miles an hour. It was one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. It was the most powerful hurricane, the strongest hurricane to impact Jamaica on record. It intensified really rapidly, this storm, as it tracked across the warm sea surface temperatures as it approached Jamaica. And it moved really slowly as well, so it was able to gain a lot of fuel from the warm sea surface temperatures. The ocean waters were around 1.4 degrees above average. And according to analysis that we have, those sea surface temperatures were made up to 500 to 800 times more likely by climate change. So those really warm sea surface temperatures were able to fuel this storm, so it was able to intensify very rapidly. And it was even intensifying right up until it made landfall as a Category 5 in Jamaica.
How unusual or otherwise is it for Jamaica to experience storms like this?
I mean, they have had a powerful hurricane once before. Well, they've had a few hurricanes, but they had another powerful hurricane that impacted them back in the 1980s. But in terms of for Jamaica, this was the strongest hurricane that they've had on record impacting them.
And I'm interested, you talking about sea temperatures. How are they impacting how storms are developing?
Well, see, for hurricanes to form, they need warm sea surface temperatures. It's the fuel that allows them to really develop. And with climate change, our oceans are warming, and so there's more fuel for these hurricanes to be able to really intensify, and they're able to intensify really rapidly. And we are seeing more of these hurricanes undergoing this rapid intensification because of these very warm sea surface temperatures that we have as a result of climate change.
Melissa, moving across the landmass, the mountainous landmass of Cuba, when these storms are away from water and are moving over the land, what does that then do to them and their intensity?
As they move over the land, they're moving away from their fuel source of the warm sea surface temperatures. So they do lose some of their intensity. And we did see that as Hurricane Melissa moved over Jamaica. It lost a bit of its intensity, but then it gained some more intensity as it moved over the ocean, as it moved towards Cuba. So as it moves over the land, it's sort of cut off from the source of the fuel that it has over the warm sea surface temperatures, so it loses some of its intensity. But as you say, with the mountainous terrain that they have in both Jamaica and in Cuba as well, it means that we're seeing a lot of rain falling from Hurricane Melissa, and you get even more rain that falls over the mountains as well, and that leads to life-threatening catastrophic flash flooding. And we know that with a warmer atmosphere, our atmosphere can hold more moisture. So it does mean that when we see these intense hurricanes, we're seeing heavier rainfall that's falling, and that's leading to increased risk of these really intense, dangerous flash flooding.
Sounds like a pretty devastating double whammy there. Warmer seas producing more energy for these storms, warmer atmosphere then meaning that these more energetic storms then carry more moisture as a result. And I'm just wondering then, as this storm passes across Cuba, heads back out into the ocean, it's going to then pass in the direction of the Bahamas, maybe Turks and Caicos. Could it then gain energy a second time, or is it at a point now where it will more likely weaken as it goes on?
As it's moving up, it will start to move into slightly cooler waters where they won't be as warm. So it doesn't look like it's going to intensify to the extent that it was as it moved across Jamaica, but it's still going to be a powerful hurricane as it moves across central and southeastern parts of the Bahamas, close to some of the other islands there as well, and then it will move up towards Bermuda. So it's still going to be a major hurricane as it's moving up towards the northeast until it really moves into the cooler waters that are out over the North Atlantic.
And what about elsewhere in the world? Is this situation replicated in other regions, maybe that are impacted by typhoons, for example?
Yeah, we're seeing it with typhoons. So typhoons and hurricanes, they're all just tropical cyclones. They're just given different names depending on where they are around the world. And we are seeing that with warmer sea surface temperatures, we are seeing the tropical cyclones undergoing these rapid intensifications. And so we're seeing more of them reaching these high levels. And as I say, with more intense rainfall. And also we have to factor in the fact that we're seeing sea level rise as well as a result of climate change. And that brings an increased risk from storm surges as well that these tropical cyclones can bring.
The UK is the least important nation in the story of this storm Melissa, but there is always that old adage that hurricanes often impact the weather in the UK in due course. Is that accurate, and could we see any impacts of Melissa?
Yeah, we do see the remnants of tropical cyclones and these hurricanes, as I say, moving up across the Atlantic towards the UK. I had a look at the current track and the current models. There are indications that the remnants of Hurricane Melissa could get caught up and move towards us the early part of next week. It's a long way off. We're keeping a close eye on it, but there is the potential we might see the remnants of it. And when we see those, we see strong winds, unsettled weather, heavy rain. But by the time it's reached us, it will lose a lot of its intensity, just the remnants that reach us really here in the UK.
Gemma Plum, meteorologist, joining us from London. Good to have you with us. Thank you. Let's turn our attention to the Middle East now. And the Gazan Health Ministry says more than 100 people have been killed in a series of Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump's insisted the ceasefire is holding. It's despite renewed military action. Our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, has more.
At the moment, this ceasefire, which was the 11th of October, is only backed up with words. If you think about it, the Northern Ireland peace process, on which this ceasefire was in some way modelled, that was 5 years in the making, between 1993 and 1998, when the Good Friday Agreement was signed. And as soon as that agreement was signed, lots of things happened immediately because they'd been 5 years in the preparation. In this case, nothing was in the preparation, so it's all words. And the vacuum that's created since the 10th, 11th of October is now being filled, as we see. So it's being filled by Hamas, who are reasserting their control over the 40% of the strip that they can, and they're fighting against some of the local groups like Abu Shabaab in the south near Rafah, and the Dogmush group around Gaza City. So they're doing some fighting of their own to establish their turf. At the same time, they are playing games, I think, with the question of the remains of the other 13 hostages. I'm fairly sure, as most people are, that they won't be able themselves to recover 13 bodies. But undoubtedly, they're playing some games with those that they may be able to recover because it's a little bit of leverage they still have over the Netanyahu government. And then, too, we have to remember that the Israelis are reacting very strongly to this case. They lost a couple of soldiers on the 19th of October and then a soldier again in the last 24, 36 hours. And they've overreacted in terms of air power. Why have they done that? Because Netanyahu has got to convince his right wing that he's not being soft, that he's not in Trump's pocket, that he's not being pushed around by Trump, even though he clearly is. So you've got an overreaction by the Israelis, partly for internal political reasons of Netanyahu, and the Hamas trying to re-establish themselves in that part of the strip that the IDF are not patrolling. The ceasefire had to be backed up with some sort of independent force who could hold the line, this yellow line that is the Israeli withdrawal line. And we said when we saw that line on the map in the first place, get used to this because you're going to be looking at it for a long time. This is not a temporary line. This is going to be a fairly permanent line for the time being, and so it is. And the lack of an international stabilization force along that yellow line is the main problem. And we're nowhere nearer deciding who that force might be. And as the situation deteriorates on the ground, countries that might be involved in that force, like Indonesia or Turkey or Egypt, are less and less likely to want to put their troops into harm's way. So that's the first thing that's not there. The second thing that's not there is an independent Palestinian authority, a Gazan People's Authority of some sort, to get things going again. And the third thing that isn't there, because of that second lack, is any support from the Gulf, any financial support. The Gulf states, in principle, are prepared to rebuild Gaza, but they won't rebuild it under Israeli control. They'll only rebuild it under some sort of independent Gazan control. So these things are interrelated. You've got to stop the violence, you've got to have an independent Gazan authority, a technocratic authority, and then some of the rebuilding may start. But all of those things are dependent on each other. Three things go together, none of them are happening.
So breaking news to bring you now regarding Hadush Kabatu. This was the Ethiopian migrant who was deported from the UK, landed in Addis Ababa early this morning. Sky News understands that Kabatu was paid £500 to leave the country. He was forcibly deported. I understand a team of 5 escorted him on that flight. And this is, you can just see imagery of Kabatu. He's sat to the left of that frame. It's tricky to make him out, but a team of 5 escorting him out. But a discretionary payment of £500 was made. We understand that this was taken as the alternative was a slower, a more expensive process that would have included detention, a new flight, possible legal claims potentially, and that the cost of all of that could have run into thousands of pounds. I'm led to believe that ministers did not make this decision, that it was an operational decision made by removal teams. But like I say, Sky News understands that Hadush Kabatu, the Ethiopian migrant and convicted sex offender,
Hospitals having their roofs torn off, access to clean water being difficult and so on. So this is going to be an issue which is going to develop over the coming hours, just as the hurricane has already moved on from Cuba. You know, so you've got these two stories. One is recovery and one is the threat that is now moving on towards the Bahamas later today.
I mean, how worried are they going to be? I mean, it is an area that is used to coping with these kind of weather systems, you know, whereas Jamaica has managed to avoid ones this seriously in the past.
Yes, and that is quite interesting. Cuba's had 37 hurricanes this century, so it's quite used to dealing with them, and that's why they moved 750,000 people out of harm's way. So although there may well be significant damage to infrastructure, the loss of life to people in Cuba is likely to be much less than perhaps in Jamaica, where a lot of people remained in their homes, trying to shore up their homes against damage from the storm and also to prevent looting and so on. Now, but the Bahamas, the storm is weakening all the time. It's now a Category 2 storm with sustained winds of 105 miles an hour. The gusts will be slightly stronger, but it is still pushing ahead a 2-metre storm surge, raising that sea level, and that will affect coastal communities on the low-lying Bahamas Islands in the central and the eastern areas of the archipelago. So the seas are slightly cooler the further north the hurricane travels, and of course it is the warmth of the water that is fueling the winds. So you can expect this gradual tailing off of the ferocity of this storm. It is already the second most ferocious storm, Atlantic storm, in recorded history, one which is going to go down in the record books for Jamaica, but thankfully easing as it progresses north.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Let's bring in our weather presenter, Joe Wheeler, as well. And Joe, as we see it getting slightly weaker, down to a Force 2 storm, how many more of these are we expecting over the season?
Well, original predictions were for something like 15 storms and 7 hurricanes. We haven't actually seen those. We've seen 7 storms and 5 hurricanes, so under the predicted level. Of course, we have still got another month and a few days to go. Hopefully not too many more. As we just heard, it is the temperature of the water which is likely to drive these. Usually they come off the west coast of Africa as an area of thunderstorms. They then become a tropical storm and then whip themselves up into a frenzy and become a hurricane. So really watching those waters out towards the east is the important thing to do. At the moment, I think there is one more storm in the Atlantic which doesn't look like doing very much at all, not too powerful. But I think we've also got to consider where Melissa is going to go after it leaves the Bahamas and moves into the open waters, because it could get caught up in the jet stream and get spat out on the left exit, which would give us some pretty wet and windy weather. But at the moment, it doesn't look as though that's going to happen. It's going to stay the other side of the jet stream. And if we experience it at all, it'll just be mildly wet and windy.
OK, Joe, thank you so much. You're watching Sky News Today. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news coming from the courts. And this is about a man called Haibi Kabri Diraxaman Nur, who was a small boat migrant. He has been jailed at Derby Crown Court for life with a minimum term of 25 years. And this is for stabbing a bank customer to death in the city in May. The court was told that he will serve a life sentence. He did plead guilty to murdering the customer inside the branch of Lloyds Bank. He murdered Govinder Singh Johal, who had recently returned from a trip to India with his family when he was attacked. We'll bring more on that as we get it. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, more on the fragile ceasefire in Gaza and whether or not it's crumbling. We're going to be talking to Michael Clark in the next few minutes.
People want intelligent leaders, but it can be done in a less buttoned-up way.
Have a conversation in the same way that people do at home. Sophie is the best in the business.
If politicians are not answering the question, I'm not going to let them get away with that. This is my interview. Look, this is...
Welcome back. Just bringing you the breaking news about the hurricane in Jamaica. The UK government has announced £2.5 million are going to be sent in aid to Jamaica from the UK government. This is from the emergency humanitarian funding and is to support the Caribbean region's recovery from the devastation caused by the hurricane. It'll support a rapid humanitarian response, including the delivery of emergency supplies like shelter kits, water filters and blankets to help prevent injury and disease outbreaks. Well, let's return to the Commons. An urgent question has been asked about the planned use of Ministry of Defence barracks to house asylum seekers, which was announced yesterday. Let's listen in.
The constituents and their opposition.
Says the island has been turned upside down after being hit by the wild winds of Hurricane Melissa. The storm flattened homes and buildings, leaving properties across large parts of its path without power. Melissa, now a Category 3 hurricane, made landfall in Cuba earlier this morning. Well, let's talk now to Giovanni Dennis, who's a journalist and presenter for CVM television in Kingston, in Jamaica. Great to talk to you, Giovanni. What has the last 24 hours been like for you?
Unprecedented times. The country has never been hit by a Category 5 hurricane before. The heaviest hurricane that hit Jamaica was Hurricane Gilbert in 1989, and that was a Category 3, a powerful Category 3 at the time it hit. So you can imagine that our infrastructure has never faced something like this. And so the kinds of devastation and destruction that we've seen, especially in the southwestern parts of the country and the south central parts of the country, is jaw-dropping, quite frankly. Listening to some of the sounds of the winds howling across the country, and listening as well to some of the stories coming out of the parishes of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, Manchester, Clarendon. It's truly heartbreaking. Entire communities flattened, parts of communities submerged, people in houses trapped, can't come out, emergency rescuers can't get to them. We were speaking yesterday to the fire brigade chief who was trying to get to somebody, to his team members in St. Elizabeth.
Oh, we're just holding on.
Pretty much in the capital was showing.
Sorry, Giovanni, we just lost you there for a moment. You were just talking about the emergency services worker.
Yes, he was trying to respond to someone who was stuck in a house, a father with his 2-year-old son. And I so happened to be related to that person, and that was in St. Elizabeth in Santa Cruz, in this same parish that you're now seeing the images on your screen from. And that parish, if some of your viewers may recall, was significantly affected by and so it's the same that faced significant destruction this year again, and the government has said that the rebuild efforts will start right now. I'm so sorry that my line is tripping out a few times. Persons are calling me because I'm an editor at the company where I work.
No, don't worry, and of course the weather's not helping as well. So Giovanni, you talked about the sound last night. What did it sound like? Where were you? How were you sheltering?
Well, I was in studio. I was on air doing rolling coverage for most of the day. We've been working for about 48 hours nonstop. I haven't gotten much sleep, actually. So I was safe, and I'm privileged to say I was okay. I do not want to pretend as though I was not. But those people who are where the footage on your screen now were located, they were not okay. And it's for them that my heart breaks, because I was speaking with some of them on the phone. And even when I stepped outside where I was in Kingston, what I heard and what I saw here was truly scary. And we weren't the worst affected on the island. It was those in the southwestern parts of the island who were mostly affected. And what they described as well was something that they have never experienced before. And again, this is an island that experiences tropical storms, hurricanes almost every year or every other year. We've never experienced something like this. A Category 5, it was picked up as going 241 miles per hour. Nothing so powerful has ever been captured on record since records have been collected. So we truly went through the most devastating hurricane to have ever existed.
And we know that there were a handful of people who sadly perished before the hurricane came because they were injured while they were trying to reinforce their buildings and things like that. But it does seem that possibly Jamaica's got away unscathed without anybody actually coming to real grief during the hurricane itself. What is the latest you're hearing?
Well, unless you assume that real grief means only death, then okay, perhaps then we may have. But if you're talking about the sheer scale of the destruction to houses, to buildings, to properties, we're talking about the devastation to farmers, and we're a farming country as well, then certainly the grief is in fact widespread. Again, we're only speaking about reported deaths. So far confirmed, the emergency services were not able to respond to every single call of persons being trapped in houses, persons climbing onto rooftops with waters rising. So the assessment is still being done at the moment. And again, as you can appreciate, we're mere hours away from the eye passing Jamaica. And so the government is, as we speak, responding. The Prime Minister is doing a flyover of the parishes worst affected to do an assessment, as well as the Transport Minister. They're moving to reopen the airports as soon as they can so that we can allow emergency workers to come in, allow aid workers to come in and offer support as well. They have put up a website, supportjamaica.gov.jm, for Jamaicans in the diaspora and people who so desire to help the country if they can. So I don't want to say we have escaped the worst when truly I don't know, and we don't yet know the full assessment, or if there have been any kind of injuries or, God forbid, casualties that we have not yet heard of. You rightly mentioned there were 3 deaths as persons prepared for the hurricanes. Where trees fell on them, I think in 2 of the instances, and they died, and there were 13 injuries reported. So I don't know if that number has increased just yet, and I don't know if it will increase either, so I don't want to assume. But yes, for the most part, broadly speaking, we did seem to manage to keep most Jamaicans safe, and I think that's something to be grateful for.
Well, indeed. And Giovanni, you talked a little bit about the help that's hopefully standing by, but briefly, how will your country rebuild?
Well, the government has said they have strengthened the economy better than it was 10 years ago. They have reserves put down. I think there's a disaster fund as well that the previous finance minister had established and had done some investment in. In terms of what else specifically will be done, from where I sit, as I'm a journalist, I'm not a member of the government, I don't particularly know, but they have said, the Prime Minister, that we have the resources to respond in ways that we did not before. It's now left to be seen how we will respond, or if we have enough resources to properly respond, or if we will need international help from the international organizations.
Indeed. Giovanni Dennis, a journalist and television presenter at CVM Television in Kingston. Really good to talk to you today. I hope you're going to get a chance to get some sleep now. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's get a quick look at the weather over here on this side of the pond. The rest of the week, no hurricanes here, fairly mild, unsettled, but heavy rain and strong winds likely tomorrow and into Friday. Before then, the southeastern quarter of England will be overcast with outbreaks of rain into the second half of the afternoon, locally heavy in the far southeast. Most other parts will have sunny spells and a scattering of showers, with those concentrated in the northwest, but central and southwestern Britain look mostly fine. Cool in the north with a chilly wind, calmer and milder in the south. Southeastern England gradually brightening from the northwest later on. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, we will be getting more reaction to the Hurricane Melissa that has passed over Jamaica and left flooding and destroyed buildings in its wake.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it ebbing and losing intensity, but you're still talking about a Category 3 storm, winds in excess of 150 miles an hour, enough to do huge damage. And if you look where the storm is now, the swirling, angry white clouds heading over eastern Cuba, the Canary Islands, also the Caribbean islands, the Bahamas, also possibly in line as well. And there are major warnings. This is still, very much in the disaster zone, huge damage possibly to infrastructure. 750,000 people or so have been evacuated from their homes in Cuba. This is certainly not over yet, at least another couple of days of this before the storm passes.
And in terms of this region, I mean, the Caribbean is a region that we know has succumbed to hurricanes before, but it seems astonishing, doesn't it, that Jamaica has managed to dodge a really big hurricane up to this point?
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst hurricane to hit Jamaica ever, full stop. And I think if you listen to the scientists, the warning are that these kinds of events are going to become more commonplace because of global warming, rising sea temperatures. Sea temperatures are the warmest on record, and what happens is the hurricanes come over and they gain in intensity. But yes, Jamaica has largely missed these events in the past, but not this time. And we're hearing from the Prime Minister in Jamaica who's warning of a catastrophe, and we won't know for several days really the extent of this. I mean, you're starting to see some of this footage now on social media, and it looks terrible. We don't know the number of fatalities. I mean, I covered Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, and it was even weeks after the emergency services were still getting to areas which they hadn't been able to get to, and unfortunately were, finding bodies there, people who'd become trapped by flash flooding. So, I mean, this is a disaster, of historic proportions for Jamaica.
Alex, thank you very much. Sky News understands that the migrant sex offender Hadush Kabatu was given £500 to be deported to Ethiopia. He'd been the focus of a manhunt after being mistakenly released from prison. It's understood the payment was made to him as part of efforts to avoid a lengthy legal challenge after he apparently made threats to disrupt his removal. Hadush Kabatu boarded a plane last night at Heathrow Airport, which was bound for Ethiopia, the Home Office confirmed. Earlier, the plane landed in Ethiopia's Addis Ababa airport. He has been deported with no right to return to the UK. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. Tamara, this whole exercise has been an embarrassment for the government, hasn't it, from the fact that he was released in error and the fact that he went back into the prison to try and explain his error. And now it appears, as well as being given money to leave prison, he's been given money to leave the country.
It was an astonishing blunder when Hadush Kabatu was freed by mistake from Cheltenham Prison on Friday, where he was serving time for sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl and an adult woman. He was seen wandering around the local area. There was then a 2-day manhunt for him, and he was rearrested on Sunday. Given this embarrassment, the government wanted him deported as quickly as possible, and that is possibly why this arrangement happened. We understand that he had to be forcibly deported by 5 Border Force officials. He didn't go willingly, although he'd said at his trial that he would be happily deported. He didn't go willingly. He was trying to disrupt it. So a discretionary payment of £500.
£1.5 million of humanitarian aid to help the Caribbean nations being hit by Hurricane Melissa. The Prime Minister of Jamaica says the island has been turned into a disaster area, with the storm flattening homes and buildings. Well, earlier we spoke to the Jamaican Chef of the Year and Kingston resident Brian Lumley, who described the impact across the island.
The last 24 hours was a rough one. The winds picked up significantly. The rains came. Everything we talked about before heading into the storm and worse. It was just a wild ride. Kingston was spared the brunt of it, but my friends in the west, Bluefields, St. Elizabeth, yeah, there are no comps. In St. Elizabeth, it's all down. In Montego Bay, it started to come back up a little bit. Kingston, we lost power. We got back power. We lost power again last night. And when I stayed up, we got back power about an hour ago. So it's been pretty stable in Kingston. Right now, over 500,000 people on the island are without power, and that represents over 70% of the population. They're starting to get a picture from the videos that we have been seeing circulating on social media. But as people start to go out, last night, we saw some videos from some of our friends in Montego Bay. Thankfully, they were able to send those out. But you're really going to get a sense of it as sunrise this morning. That's when, the air is calm, place is still, some of the water have now receded. You're really going to see the devastation and the damage. I'm not looking forward to the casualties and the carnage that's going to be revealed afterwards. But the focus now is to move forward with purpose and togetherness. Like we have identified the shelters. We've been doing a lot of coordination work within the last 24 hours between ODPEM, World Central Kitchen, the representatives that are there in Miami yet to come down. They're just waiting for the airport to open. We've identified the location, the logistics, where they're gonna land, where they're gonna set up, who's gonna get food first. We've identified all of those, where we're gonna airlift food to first. It was just like a whole coordination happening right now, and we're ready to go.
Well, joining me now is Gabrielle Messel, Professor of Meteorology at Uppsala University. Very good to talk to you today. We've been talking a lot the last couple of days about the genesis of this hurricane. Just remind us why this particular hurricane was able to get so very big.
Well, there were a number of conditions that favored the rapid intensification of this hurricane. We have particularly warm sea surface temperatures in the region. And then this hurricane, before making landfall and hitting Jamaica, moved quite slowly and stayed around for a long time, intensifying over the warm sea.
And why is the sea so much warmer at the moment than it normally would be? Because the temperature of the water has had a real impact, hasn't it?
Yes, so we have not specifically attributed why the temperature of the sea is so warm, but we have performed a rapid attribution study with a group of international colleagues on the hurricane, and we were able to show that global climate change has led to stronger winds and heavier rain associated with Hurricane Melissa.
And in terms of how fast it's been moving as well, my understanding is that it was actually moving not much faster than walking pace yesterday when it was out at sea. So that allowed it to suck up a great deal of the moisture.
That is correct. It moved very slowly, and this is not only important for the actual development of the hurricane, but also for its impacts, because a slow-moving hurricane affects a region for a longer time than a hurricane that just moves through very, very rapidly. And so this has worsened the impacts we have seen in Jamaica and in other nearby islands.
And given the climate change is to blame for the fact that the sea temperatures generally are warmer, you clearly believe. Should we take it from that you think we are going to be seeing more hurricanes getting this big in the future?
We do see a trend towards more extremely intense hurricanes, and climate projections suggest that this is a trend that will continue in the future. So we may not necessarily get more hurricanes, but we are likely to get more of the most intense ones, which are the ones that then are most destructive and impactful for the population in these regions.
Why is that then? Why is it that it affects the scale and the size of the hurricanes rather than the frequency?
It's because the birth, one can say, of a hurricane depends on a number of factors. And with climate change, with the tendency towards warmer sea surface temperatures, warmer air temperatures, this is something that does not necessarily directly favor the creation of the hurricanes, but rather favors their intensification.
Okay, really interesting to talk to you. Gabrielle Masuri, who is the Professor of Meteorology at Uppsala University. Thanks so much for joining us and for explaining to us about the genesis of this storm.
Thank you very much.
Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news coming to us from Sudan. You know, the paramilitary forces have been fighting there since 2023 to take over Sudan. They've ousted the army from its last stronghold in the western Darfur region. Well, the World Health Organization says some very grim news that they believe over 460 people were reportedly killed at a hospital in Darfur City, which was taken by Sudanese paramilitary forces. So at least 460 people killed in one place at a hospital in Darfur City, taken over.
greens over northern parts of the island, north central, northeastern parts of the island. That's where we expect most of the rainfall, about 2 to 4 inches of rainfall, 50 to 100 millimeters of rainfall expected over sections of the island, and that's where we expect that to occur. Over the southern and western parts of the island, we do expect that we will still experience some amount of rainfall as well. Periods of rainfall, outbreaks of rainfall may not be heavy, but we do expect maybe 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. That's 25 to 50 millimeters of rainfall over those sections of the country. So you will still experience some rainfall. We are going to, we have issued our last bulletin where we consider threat to the island from this hurricane. So that was issued at 8 o'clock today. Further information on this system will be communicated, however, by the Meteorological Service through regular news releases, also informing you of the latest position of the hurricane, even though it's no longer a threat to us here in Jamaica. And we'll also be communicating that there is a flash flood watch that's in effect at this time, just in case that we do have those heavy rainfalls occurring over sections of the country. Flash flooding is still a possibility, and so we have a flash flood watch that will be in effect for sections of the country, primarily in the north, where the greater likelihood of heavy rainfall exists at this time. So the system is continuing to move toward the northeast. It's now over eastern Cuba, as I mentioned, expected to move over the southeastern part of the Bahamas and then out into the Atlantic, heading close towards Bermuda, and that should occur by Friday of this week. So we're moving now to the recovery phase of this. The Met Service will, of course, be conducting our own assessment of what has taken place. We will provide a formal report to our minister, of course, that would be shared, and that is going to indicate what amounts of rainfall were actually experienced across the island, also where we had the strongest winds. We thank all those who have supported us over the past few days, particularly the National Hurricane Center in the United States in Miami, Florida. They have been constant support to us, and generally the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the U.S. has really been providing us with information and ensuring that if we needed anything, they would make sure that it was made available to us. We also want to thank the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology in the Caribbean that has been supporting as well with modeling products that come out of their area. They ensure that they monitor what kind of storm surge, what kind of rainfall, how the winds will be moving across the island, and we want to thank them very, very generously at this time. There are so many others who have supported us and have also expressed their gratitude for what we've been doing as a meteorological service, and we do want to wish Jamaica all the very best as we move forward from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evan. I think we're going to miss hearing your reports, but a part of us will also be happy not to have your reports anymore. I'm going to give you some quick updates, and then we'll close with Minister Mackenzie giving his updates from the ODPEM standpoint. My updates are a bit far-reaching, and I know many people are asking questions, and so I'll try to answer what we've been seeing being asked. One of the things we have to start with, we just issued a release that notes that the government of Jamaica has issued an all-clear following the passage of Hurricane Melissa. So we've issued an all clear. That comes after guidance from the Met Service. You heard they're no longer going to be doing any updates, and also in consultation with ODPEM. As a matter, what that means is when we give an all clear, it means that our utility companies should now commence restoration and recovery operations across the island. So crews from the JPS, NWC, NWA, our Works Agents, our Water Commission, and also our telecommunications companies and other critical service entities have now and will be advised to mobilize immediately to restore electricity, water, and communication networks. We're also asking and encouraging entities like our supermarkets, our wholesales, or gas stations, and pharmacies, particularly in those areas that have been less affected. We are asking you to open and allow communities to have access to these essential goods and services. And as always, we continue to ask and remind Jamaicans to exercise caution on the roads, especially where there are downed power lines, debris, or flooding. And so please still be careful, even though we've given the all clear. The all clear is for our utility providers and other important essential providers to do the necessary work to restore service. Some other updates I have. In terms of electricity, 77% of the country is without electricity. There is work that's going to be done to bring that up as quickly as we can, but that is a large number. The least affected areas of Jamaica have been St. Thomas, St. Catherine, and sections of Kingston and St. Andrew. Obviously, we know the most affected areas have been on the western side of the island. In terms of water, there were just a limited number of systems down last night, a little bit over 70, but we have about 700 water systems that were down. Overnight, some of them may have lost power, so we do expect that number to go up, but for the most part, our water systems held up quite well. Turbidity is a concern, and so that may also throughout the day affect water supplies. In terms of our telecoms providers, they are getting assistance from Starlink to use satellite technology to assist many of our individuals and our companies to get back online. I know so many people have said they cannot reach their families in Western Jamaica. That's because of damage to the telecoms infrastructure. As you would imagine, a Category 5 hurricane is catastrophic, and so it would have left significant damage, and so that's why we're not getting communication. I finally got some communication just now from some individuals in Montego Bay, so slowly we're getting some of our systems back up, and you should be able to reach your families, we're hoping, very soon. The other question we're being asked about is the airports. We are working to have Norman Manley up by tomorrow to facilitate relief flights. That's dependent on the assessment that's done today. As we speak, Minister Vaz, or Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transportation, he is up in one of the choppers. He is assessing the damage at that airport. He's also looking at the Ian Fleming Airport to see if that is an alternative. We will not be able to give any information on Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay at this time. When we have that information, I will provide that to you. In terms of our roads, the National Works Agency has been given the all clear. They're already out there clearing major thoroughfares as best as possible. Obviously, in Western Jamaica, it may take more. We also know that in the center of the country, in Clarendon and in Manchester, there was a lot of damage, a lot of flooding too. And so they're out there assessing and doing and clearing the roads as quickly as they can. In terms of overall damage assessments, I think that's what everybody wants to know. What's the damage? It is really too early for us to say definitively what's the damage. We know it is Western Jamaica that had the brunt of the impact. We will have to give you that in the coming days. But right now, later today, the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, will be surveying the country. He will be going to St. Elizabeth, I think flying to St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Westmoreland, and also St. James as conditions allow. As I said before, Minister Vaz is with JPS and is looking at the electricity network and also at the airports to be able to give an assessment there. The Jamaica Defence Force, or military, is also out doing their assessments. We'll get more information soon. And Minister Tufton, or Minister of Health and Wellness, is also going out via helicopter to look at the damage to the hospitals, because that's also a key priority. So as soon as they have come back, we will be able to give you information and better guidance in relation to the damage. In terms of schools, we've been asked that quite a bit. We are still getting the assessments from the schools. We know there is significant damage in Western Jamaica. We will get those details as soon as we can. Individuals are also asking about the catastrophe bond that Jamaica has. We expect it to be triggered. I can't tell you that it has been triggered. We expect it to be because of the level of rainfall and also the wind speed and the barometric pressure of that hurricane when it hit Jamaica. So there are many reasons that it would be triggered. And so we expect that it will be triggered. And once it is and we have confirmation, we will tell you that. In terms of the opening of government offices, we have asked the permanent secretaries in all of the ministries to do their assessments so that a decision can be taken. Our goal is to have our ministries open to be able to essentially services as quickly as possible, especially in Kingston and St. Andrew, where we've had minimal damage, and also in St. Catherine. And so the permanent secretaries are doing that. I'm seeing some of the assessments come in already, and so we thank our permanent secretaries for that. And so as soon as we can, we will start opening up our ministries for the essential services. Not everyone, and we haven't given an all clear for all ministries to open, but some people are very essential, and there are some operations that are central to the country getting back up on its feet. Our goal is to bring back up Kingston. Kingston has 1 million citizens, and so it is important that we get Kingston back up. It was not badly damaged, and we are grateful to God for that. And where there has not been much damage, we will bring those areas back. It's the same thing with electricity. The JPS has said that they will start restoring those areas that had minimal damage. So in Kingston, St. Catherine, St. Thomas, we'll start to see electricity being restored more quickly, and then they will move damaged areas. Those are the key updates I have for you. Just noting that based on Mr. Thompson's diagram and the trajectory of Hurricane Melissa, yes, it has moved past Jamaica, but it is going to affect some of our regional brothers and sisters, and we pray for them like they were praying for us. And so we pray for Cuba, we pray for the Bahamas, and we pray for Bermuda, as they are going to be seeing the effects of this hurricane that has so devastated parts of Jamaica. And so those are my quick updates. Hopefully I got through most of what was needed. I will now hand over to Minister Mackenzie, who will give you the update from our Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management standpoint.
Thank you, Minister Dixon. I just want to say pleasant good morning to all Jamaica, and for those in the western part of the island who was impacted severely, just want to reach out and to say that we are all in your corners and we are hoping for the best. The first question I want to respond to, I keep getting a lot of messages about fatalities. We are not in a position to speak about any deaths because we have not had any of any deaths so far. So we cannot presume that there are deaths. I'm hoping that there are no deaths to report on, but we are not in a position to make an official statement on deaths because we have not received any such information. The general overview is that the country continues to experience the Hurricane Melissa, and the weather experts have given you a full picture of what is presently taking place and what we must expect over the next couple of days. I want to speak a little about the situation in St. James, which was severely impacted yesterday. The Barnett River overflowed up to 16 feet of water, covered sections of Montego Bay, Westgate, Catherine Hall, Howard Cook Boulevard, the Freeport, Alice Elmire Drive, Barnett Street. Public infrastructure was severely impacted yesterday in the city of Montego Bay. The infirmary was damaged. The municipal corporation, 2 floors was flooded out. Jarrett Park, where the homeless population was housed, we had to remove them to a different location. The St. James High School was being used. There are problems there. We know what is happening at Sangster International Airport, and following the tour, as Minister Dixon said, there will be a full detail on the state of the Sangster International Airport. We have now been getting some level of communication between sections of Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, and St. Elizabeth. And most of the calls that we have gotten are distress calls. Persons trapped on roof. The JDF and the Jamaica Fire Brigade, up to last night, we were contemplating what sort of approach to take, especially to catching all. But based on the conditions that existed, the first respondents decided that they would move, and as I speak, they are presently moving, especially in the catching all area and those areas, to see what the conditions are and to take persons out who are in need of getting out. Already we know the situation with the Ministry of Health and the number of health facilities that has been badly affected. The Black River Hospital has been devastated, for want of a better word. Falmouth in Trelawney, Cornwall Regional, the Noel's Homes in Hanover, and as I said before, the Black River Hospital, Percy Jr. in Manchester, Lionel Town, and the St. Anne's Bay Hospital have all had some effects from the hurricane, and steps are being made. But you know, Jamaicans, in the middle of all of this, a baby was safely delivered under emergency conditions. So there is a Gilbert baby, a Melissa baby, and we want to commend the team who responded to that. And there are, as a matter of fact, we have information that 2 other additional deliveries occurred. One mother is resting comfortably while the other remained under observation in the Savlamar Hospital. So we are a great country, and despite our challenges, we rise to the occasion. Our road infrastructure, we have not had a full rollout yet of the damage, but I know there are a lot of block roads. The municipal corporations, the National Works Agency, already the National Works Agency was active last night in clearing access to the road leading to the Palisades Road and other main roads. So by the public will see some general activities on our roadways, making the roads accessible so that persons can move about. Fallen trees. I'll be meeting in a short while with the Jamaica Fire Brigade and the Municipal Corporation and the National Solid Waste Management Authority to map a strategy as to how to approach fallen trees. I want to urge the JPS to move, especially within the corporate area and other areas where there are fallen lines. And I said it yesterday, and I want to repeat it again this morning. We are now in the process of beginning the cleanup exercise on our main roads. There are a lot of lines that are down. So we want persons to be very cautious in doing so. We have flooded roads. The NWA team is mobilizing to clear block roads and to assess damage. As conditions improve, some of the roadways that were affected are Dalvin, St. Thomas, Hampton Green in St. Catherine, Caledonia Road in Manchester, and other roads right across the country. So we are just being specific based on the information that is coming into us. And by now, all the municipal corporations that can access their various municipalities will be out doing what is necessary. The question of search and rescue, as I spoke about that is being undertaken in a meaningful way, and all the necessary things will be done to ensure that persons who need to get out is in a position to do so. Our shelters is seeing now more than 25,000 Jamaicans. And since last night, more persons have been going into the shelters, and especially in the parishes that have been badly affected, a lot of homes have been destroyed, so persons now are going to the shelters. We are going to be looking at a long-term basis as to how we are going to deal with the numbers. I want to say to all shelter managers, parish disaster coordinators, and to the municipal corporations, no one must be turned back from the shelters. No one. And we are not contemplating in closing any shelters now. Once we have done the assessment and to see which shelters can be closed, we will do so. But for the remainder of this week, no shelters must be closed. All shelters must remain open. We are now going to be moving, working now closely and based on the direction that has been given, to start now to position ourselves, to start to have relief supplies going out to the various areas once those areas can be reached. It is not going to be an easy road, Jamaica. We have seen the extent of the damage. It is going to take a lot of time. I know that person's patience is not going to last for much longer, because when you are in need, persons want us to break the rules. While we are prepared to do everything to accommodate speedy response, we also have to be mindful of the protocols that exist and the fact that we have to be accountable, and we don't want to be accused of doing anything that is not within what the law requires us to do. I am quite sure that persons have waked up this morning wondering what their future will be like. As I said yesterday, the government is here. We are committed. We have already started to put the necessary things in place, and within the next couple of hours leading in tomorrow, you will see a lot more, and by late this afternoon into tomorrow, a more comprehensive report on the status of the country and where we are will be provided. But I can also assure you that during the day, if it needs be, we will provide information as best as possible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Minister. And this is the end of our press conference. As we end, we know that there are a lot of Jamaicans who are hurting, who are displaced, who are concerned about their future. As Minister Mackenzie said, no, we're here. The government is here. The entire country is here. And we're going to rally behind all of those in Western Jamaica as we also pray for them and pray for this wonderful country that we all love. And so we will see you again very soon. We'll put out a notice on when we'll have our next briefing, which will give you more information once we've done the assessments across the country. Thank you. And as always, God bless Jamaica, land we love.
Latest, thanking those who were involved overnight in keeping people safe. They said they haven't had any notice of any deaths so far, but they feel it's a bit early to comment on fatalities. Obviously, it's very difficult for them to get through to some of those worst affected areas. 77% of the country's without electricity. The most affected areas are the western side. Dana Morris-Jean there saying that this has been catastrophic for Jamaica. They're hoping that the airports will be open from tomorrow so that relief flights get in. Grateful, she says, that Kingston was not badly damaged, but praying now for Cuba, the Bahamas and Bermuda. Well, that is where the storm is heading to right now. It's passing across Cuba, where it's forced more than 700,000 people to evacuate their homes. Coming up, we will bring you all the latest reaction. But let's start with this report from our US correspondent, Martha Kellner.
Hurricane Melissa churned through Jamaica. And when the storm cleared, its full, unforgiving ferocity came into focus. A row of colourful houses and shops in the town of Black River chewed up. They've had hurricanes here before, but not like this. The roof of the hospital peeled back in a matter of minutes. Oh, God have mercy. Entire towns redrawn by floodwater.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster.
People who lost everything, looking to the skies for some sign of mercy.
We're on the brink right now. We're on the brink.
This hurricane is the nightmare scenario authorities had feared. A weather system driven by winds as fast as a race car, moving through as slowly as a cyclist. Even as the storm approached landfall, officials still begging people to evacuate.
This is one of the worst experiences that we'd have ever encountered. We can go back to Hurricane Charlie in 1951. We can go to Hurricane Gilbert in 1980-89. We have had other hurricanes. Beryl last year.
Accelerated by the increasingly warm waters of the Caribbean, Melissa exploded in size and speed.
Kuzinka fly.
Coastal communities where many homes are wooden shacks stood no chance. Around 25,000 tourists are trapped too in Jamaica's holiday resorts, Chantel among them.
I don't know if you can hear our surroundings a little bit here, but it is pounding. A few windows are broken. A lot of water is coming in, so we're just basically pushing that towels and stuff at the doors like that coming in. And the level of noise is ridiculous. Trees have already bended over and flew away, and some of our roof is currently off.
The challenge now will be getting people out and aid in. This is one of the country's two major airports. It was a gateway to the beaches of the island's north coast. Tourism driving 1/3 of Jamaica's economy. The recovery will be long and hard. Relief missions are already underway. Miami has a large Jamaican expat population. Volunteers here pack tinned sausages, tomatoes and beans to be flown over. Here, people fear a humanitarian disaster will unfold. Dana was born and grew up on the island.
Most of the houses in Jamaica, they're not built properly for hurricanes, so we're worried about the people in Jamaica. As much as Jamaica can get, please send help.
Nature conspired to send this perfect storm barrelling through Jamaica. The extent of the damage and the loss of life is still unclear, but scientific understanding of why these monster storms are growing more frequent is crystallising. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
Let's just bring you a bit of more breaking news in relation to this. We've had word that 25 people have died in Haiti. Now, that was an area that the hurricane hit before it hit Jamaica, after a river flooded by the waters of Hurricane Melissa burst its banks. And that perhaps gives us some indication of the fact that, despite the fact that we know there are no casualties as yet, we believe, in Jamaica, it can often be the after effects of these kind of events that can have traumatic and devastating effects. Well, let's bring in our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, who's here with me. And Alex, just listening to that news briefing from the authorities there, they seem cautious about saying there are no deaths because, to be frank, they don't really know, do they?
Yeah, they're being cautious because they are very much in the dark, and this is a common pattern that you see not just with hurricanes but all natural disasters. Until they can physically get out to these areas that are worst affected in Jamaica, it's the western parts of the island, they just simply don't know. What they are saying, though, is it is a major disaster zone. The damage is likely to be catastrophic. You're talking about a a Category 5 hurricane, 185 mile an hour winds. There's going to be significant damage, flash flooding, damage to infrastructure, and there are whole communities which are cut off. So until they can get out and see those areas, they won't really know, which is why we're hearing them say that there haven't been any reports of deaths yet, but they're very cautious. They're not going to say there are no deaths until they know, and that actually might take several days before they become fully aware of the extent of the damage.
And real concern now for Cuba, the Bahamas, and also Bermuda, where this is now heading.
Yeah, I mean, so again, the storm has lost some of its ferocity, but that's not to say that it's not still tremendously powerful. It's now a Category 3 storm, winds of 150 odd, 160 miles an hour. Again, sustained, again, capable of causing a great deal of damage. To give you an idea of just how worried the authorities are, in Cuba, some 750,000 people have been evacuated from their homes and have been taken to shelter. So you can see the damage there. And again, reflected in that press conference, they're saying quite clearly it's past Jamaica now, but we are praying really for our brothers in this region because the danger has not passed.
OK, Alex, thanks very much. A man who came to the UK on a small boat. A storm was just off the coast of Jamaica. And in terms of what you were predicting, how much of it panned out to be right?
Unfortunately, all of what we were predicting, Jade. It's good to be with you today. This was a destructive storm across Jamaica, and I want to show the satellite image as the storm was making landfall near New Hope on the western side of the island. Look at the well-defined eye, and the eye of the storm, as we had been forecasting, made its way right up through the western parishes of Jamaica, including the area near Montego Bay, which is a city of about 100,000 people and a well-known international travel destination. The core of the strongest wind gusts of 140 to 180 miles per hour moved right up through this area. This was a destructive storm, a historic landfall, the first Category 4 or Category 5 landfall in recorded history in Jamaica. And I'm afraid it's going to be days to weeks before we understand the full scale of destruction.
How worried, John, are you about the course that it is now taking?
Well, there's more threats ahead from the storm. It's now off the coast of Cuba after another landfall there last night as a major hurricane, and it's heading toward the Bahamas, the southeast Bahamas, and there'll be damaging wind and heavy rainfall and some flooding there, also some storm surge concerns in the southeast Bahamas toward the Turks and Caicos. Then the jet stream winds are going to steer the storm away from the United States East Coast, so there will not be direct impacts in the United States. But look at what we have to be concerned about here. As we head toward Friday and Friday night, the storm is going to make a close pass toward Atlantic Canada, where there could be some damaging winds, especially along the coast of Newfoundland, for example, before this becomes a big ocean storm heading toward Iceland later this week.
And so in terms of where it will peter out, I mean, will it lose, obviously, as it moves further north, the waters are colder that it's passing over, it will encourage it to lose power. By the time it gets somewhere like Iceland, will it pretty much have burnt itself out?
Yes, the storm will be losing wind intensity, especially it gets into the much cooler water in the North Atlantic. But over the coming days, we are expecting the storm to be a Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale near the Bahamas, one near Bermuda, west of Bermuda, and one as it nears Atlantic Canada. But one thing to remember is that though the wind intensity can be reduced a bit, the broadness of the wind field can expand, and that's why we're still concerned about some damaging winds and rain up toward Atlantic Canada. But it's a far different storm than what happened in the Caribbean.
Yeah. I mean, could it potentially strengthen again before it hits Canada, do you think, or do you think that's unlikely?
Yeah, I think it's unlikely that it would strengthen significantly, but there can be a broadening of the wind field, so that's why we're still concerned about some impacts there.
It looks like it's slightly heading towards our direction, John, as well. I think we'll be battening down the hatches a little bit over here, sort of in the UK direction. I mean, well, could we be feeling the tail end of it eventually in a few days' time?
Well, we've been watching that carefully, and we have interactive maps on the free AccuWeather app to track that over the coming days. We think it's going to generally pass north of the UK, though.
OK. That's good news at least, but not so great news for the people in Jamaica. John Porter, Chief Meteorologist at AccuWeather, really good to talk to you today. Thanks so much for taking us through all of those charts.
Good to be with you.
path of destruction in the Caribbean. The mayor of the southern coastal town of Petit Gove said 25 people died after a river burst its banks as a result of the hurricane. Dozens of homes in the towns collapsed, with some people still trapped under the rubble. Meanwhile, more than three-quarters of Jamaica is still without power, with the country's Prime Minister saying the island has been turned into a disaster area. These pictures of flooding and debris in St Elizabeth and Lucy show some of the damage the storm caused in some of the worst-hit parts of the island. Sustained winds of up to 185 miles an hour decimated its infrastructure, leaving much of Jamaica without power. Well, speaking at a news conference in the last hour, the country's Minister for Education said much of the country is also without a phone service.
In terms of electricity, 77% of the country is without electricity. There is work that's going to be done to bring that up as quickly as we can, but that is a large number. The least affected areas of Jamaica have been St. Thomas, St. Catherine, and sections of Kingston and St. Andrew. Obviously, we know the most affected areas have been on the western side of the island. In terms of water, there were just a limited number of systems down last night, a little bit over 70, but we have about 700 water systems that were down. Overnight, some of them may have lost power, so we do expect that number to go up, but for the most part, our water systems held up quite well. Turbidity is a concern, and so that may also throughout the day affect water supplies. In terms of our telecoms providers, they are getting assistance from Starlink to use satellite technology to assist many of our individuals and our companies to get back online. I know so many people have said they cannot reach their families in Western Jamaica. That's because of damage to the telecoms infrastructure. As you would imagine, a Category 5 hurricane is catastrophic. And so it would have left significant damage. And so that's why we're not getting communication. I finally got some communication just now from some individuals in Montego Bay. So slowly we're getting some of our systems back up, and you should be able to reach your families, we're hoping, very soon.
Well, this is where the storm is right now, passing across Cuba, where it's forced more than 700,000 people to evacuate their homes. Our international correspondent Alex Rossi is here with me now, and this whole region is really taking a pounding, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, it's taken an absolute battering. I mean, this is the strongest, most aggressive storm to hit Jamaica, a Category 5 storm, winds, sustained winds of up to 185 miles an hour, causing significant damage. But listening to what officials have been saying there, they just do not know at the moment the full extent of the damage. And they are operating very much in the dark at the moment. They are starting to get emergency teams out, but it will take time to reach remote areas. By and large, people are being told to stay inside shelters because power lines are down, there's flash flooding. But of course, people are desperately worried about their families and want to hear from family members. But communications are down 77%, nearly 80% of the islands without electricity. So what they are warning is it will be, possibly several days before they know the full extent of this. They are saying that they've not had any reports of any fatalities yet, but again, until they understand exactly what has happened, they can't say with any certainty what the loss of life has been.
And as we've just seen from the announcement from Haiti about the 25 people who've died because this river has burst its bank, it shows you that actually the impacts might not be today. It could be in a couple of days' time when the rain that's fallen in the high ground gets down to the coast.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're talking about many, many inches of rain falling in a period of time, very, very quickly, which can cause flash flooding. We've seen in Haiti, as you were saying, the river bursting its banks and causing an enormous loss of life. So again, these kinds of things can carry on even after the storm has passed. So the danger is not over. I mean, I remember covering Hurricane Katrina in 2005, even a few weeks after going out with emergency teams to areas that they hadn't got to, and unfortunately finding, bodies of people who'd been stranded there and not able to get out of the eye of the storm. So, this is a major catastrophe for Jamaica and this region more generally. And they won't know the full extent of it for some days, it seems.
OK, Alex, thanks very much for that. Now, a man who came to the UK on a small boat and later stabbed a man to death in a bank in Derby has been jailed for life with a minimum term of 25 years. Sky's Molly Malone joins me now from the newsroom. Molly, tell us what happened in court.
Well, this was an attack that happened back in May inside a bank, Lloyds Bank in Derbyshire. A man called Haiti Nur, a Somali national who'd paid to come to the UK on a small boat. He stabbed to death a customer of the bank, an attack which had been described as random. He attacked a man called Javinder Jahal with a kitchen knife. And that stabbing, as he stabbed him to death inside that bank, came shortly after the attacker had been angrily complaining about how his asylum application had been refused. He tried to claim asylum in the UK after arriving on a small boat, but the court heard how Mr. Nur had called a migrant charity less than 2 hours before he'd stabbed him to death, saying on that call that he was going to kill 500 people. Now, in court today, the judge said Sean Smith Casey told the defendant the murder was brutal and callous and sentenced him to a minimum term of 25 years.
Molly, thanks very much. Let's take you from Molly live to Paris, where prosecutors investigating the theft of jewellery at the Louvre are holding a news conference.
I wanted them to be alongside me, in order to thank them for their incredible commitment. Since the events happened, this investigation has been led by a specialist organisation of the Prosecutor's Office of Paris. We've been working day and night in order to get all the approvals necessary to carry out action as quickly as possible. All the police officers from the BRB, from the police services, have been constantly mobilised in order to seek and find the thieves and the stolen jewels. In order to achieve the same objectives, the investigators from the OCBC and all the specialists from the regional services of the scientific police departments have analysed more than 150 samples. The laboratories of the police service have carried out investigations with extreme levels of urgency. Officers from the cybercriminality department have investigated the cyber access. The brigade of action was involved in the arrest. We also drew on reinforcements from other brigades of the Paris Police Service, the Criminal Service, the Protection of Minors Service, the Anti-Prostitution Services, the Cyber and Financial Subdirectorates, and all of the different departments of the Paris Police Service. So, to sum up, I would like to highlight the major mobilisation of more than 100 investigators who've worked throughout the week, day and night, in order to identify the criminals and to try to find the jewels. The current proceedings have 189 items of evidence under seal which were found on the scene of this crime and during the searches. Thanks to all of the work carried out, on Saturday, the 25th of October, in the evening, 2 people were arrested. One was arrested at 8 p.m. at Charles de Gaulle Airport when he was trying to board an aircraft to Algeria on a one-way ticket. The second suspect was arrested at 8:40 p.m. close to his home. There was nothing to suggest that he was trying to leave the country. Despite what some media have said, these 2 men are suspected of being those who entered the Apollo Gallery to take the jewels. One is 34 years old and is an Algerian national. He's been living in France since 2010 in the town of Aubervilliers. He was unemployed at the time of his arrest, but in the past he had previously worked as a delivery driver. He was known to the police for road traffic offences, but had also been convicted of one theft. He was targeted through DNA samples that were found on one of the scooters used as a getaway vehicle. The second suspect is 39 years old. He lives in Aubervilliers and he was born there. He said that he is a taxi driver, but he had also been a delivery driver. He has been known to the police for aggravated theft in 2008 and 2014, and he is out on bail for another affair, another case, which is going to be judged in November in Bobigny. He said that during the interviews, that during the thefts, he had carried out ram attacks on a cash machine. His DNA was found on one of the broken windows and on the items left behind when he escaped. The DNA does not come from hair or any other item. Both of the people who've been arrested have partially confessed. They are being presented by the examining judge with a view to being charged with thefts as part of a gang. These crimes would be punishable with 15 years of imprisonment and a very significant fine. The charge of conspiracy has also been pressed, which would lead to another 10 years of imprisonment. They will be presented before a sentencing judge because they have been, the prosecution has requested they are remanded in custody. All the members, not all of the members of the team have been arrested, but I won't give you more detail of the evidence that we are aware of. The case is now available to the lawyers of the people who have been charged, but the investigation remains secret. The jewels have not yet been returned to our possession. I do remain hopeful that they will be found and returned to the Museum of the Louvre and to the French nation. These jewels are clearly impossible to sell because anyone who was to buy it would be immediately guilty of handling stolen goods, so there is still time to hand them back. We know now that the truck-mounted ladder and the truck had been stolen just before 9 a.m. from on the 10th of October 2025. The victim of the theft told us that he had been called for a removal job, and when they arrived, they were tied up by two men who took the vehicle. Very significant, minutious work of analysis of the video footage, both of the places where the thieves arrived and where they escaped to. This analysis was carried out by investigators from the Brigade of Repression. It shows us where the thieves went before attacking the Louvre. We understood that they met up at a meeting point where they changed vehicles before they went to the museum. Use of images from the CCTV cameras and from Paris municipal cameras show the presence of at least 4 people at the time of the theft. 2 people with yellow jackets went up on the platform and the ladder up to the Apollo gallery. They broke the window at 9:34. Then they went to two showcases. They cut the glass with disc cutters and then took the jewels at 9:38. They exited the building via the same route. The crown of Princess Eugenie was found by the investigators. The director of the Louvre has said how difficult it will be to restore this piece. The security officers made sure that the gallery was evacuated without safely. 20 or so witnesses have been interviewed by the investigators. Although people were scared by the break-in and the use of the disc cutter, no one was threatened. Unlike what has been said in some media outlets, there is no evidence that the thieves benefit from an insider help. Some people saw the thieves leave by the same truck as they left. Petrol was found and a jerry can. As the police and security services from the museum arrived, the thieves were unable to set fire to the truck. The two thieves then met up with the other two criminals and fled on scooter from along the banks of the Seine. Then they changed vehicles and headed to the east of Paris. Investigations are carried out under the authority of two judges in the prosecutor's office with the same determination and the same support from the prosecutor's office and the same objectives. It's easy to understand the emotion and curiosity that everyone has with regard to these events. Nonetheless, in order to carry out the investigation efficiently, we need to work calmly and discreetly. That is why I will not be able to tell you any more this evening. If any further evidence were to become possible to communicate, I would come before you and speak again. Thank you very much. I will take a few questions, but I will obviously not be able to answer all the questions, and I can't really go beyond the details that I've just given you. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, Maxime Clérusa pour BFM TV. Est-ce que vous avez des pistes de l'ADN éventuellement pour les deux autres malfaiteurs toujours en fuite? Merci.
Any evidence of the two other criminals who are still on the run? We have a lot of evidence that we can use, and investigations are carrying on, but I can't say any more than that at this time. Inaudible question being asked.
Ça fait partie des, j'allais dire, des techniques policières habituelles, c'est-à-dire que, encore une fois, ce qu'il faut souligner dans ce dossier, c'est la mobilisation intense de l'ensemble des services enquêteurs.
Is the incredible mobilization of all of the investigation services. I've listed a large number of them over the last weekend, and the next days, all of the different policing services investigators have been looking at the evidence under seals. So sometimes it will be video images, sometimes it's DNA that gives a clue. If we have DNA evidence, we compare it to databases. The two people who've been charged and are under investigation have both known to the police, so if you have their DNA details on file, you match it and you go to the addresses that you have on file. I think there's no point in hiding things today. The fact that one of the suspects was seeking to leave the country on Saturday led us to move faster on the arrests that we wished to make. Once again, the mobilization of the police enabled us to carry out those arrests successfully. inaudible question.
Je n'en dirai pas davantage sur leurs déclarations.
I can't say any more about their statements because they are again speaking to the examining judges, and I don't want to say any more. I know that you're listening very carefully, but I cannot exclude the fact that their accomplices might be listening, so I'll be very careful with what I say, if you allow me. Another inaudible question.
Donc, de toute façon, aujourd'hui, comme je l'ai expliqué,
as I have already explained, when we have any new evidence, and I hope that we will have
The island is without power as Hurricane Melissa has left roads underwater, brought down trees and flattened homes. Officials say it's too early to know if anyone there has died, but at least 25 people were killed after a flooded river burst its banks in Haiti. These pictures of flooding and debris in St. Elizabeth and Lucy show the damage the storm caused in some of the worst hit parts of Jamaica. This is where the storm is right now, having made landfall in Cuba today, where it's forced more than 700,000 people to evacuate their homes. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in Kingston, the capital of Jamaica, and he sent this update.
Hurricane Melissa now moving through Cuba, where more than 730,000 people were evacuated. It made historic landfall in Jamaica as a strong Category 5. Now, here in the capital city of Kingston, we were spared the worst of the destructive winds, but we still saw some of those tropical force-storm winds that did do some damage to infrastructure, like this billboard here behind me. Now, the damage assessment is only just beginning, but some of those images coming out of those hard-hit areas are really staggering. You have buildings that were underwater, anything that wasn't concrete just blowing away. Officials saying that their assessment will begin as soon as they are able to, especially with the roads potentially being a mess. One thing they also plan on doing is assessing the nation's airports, both in Montego Bay and in Kingston. And depending on what they find, they may be able to start those crucial relief flights to bring aid to those hardest hit areas and areas that are frankly going to need it most. President Trump also announcing that the U.S. will provide humanitarian aid. Now, communications on the part of the island where the eye hit, where the storm was the strongest, has been spotty. Officials quickly working to restore some power there, some cell phone towers, so communications can begin. Still no question on when people may be able to fly home, especially for those tourists that are stranded there, about 23,000 at last check. A lot of work still left ahead, again, in these early hours as the damage assessment only begins.
And our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, is here. It's very difficult, isn't it? What are we learning about the scale of this disaster?
Well, what we know, Mark, is that it was absolutely massive. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is calling it a disaster zone, an absolute catastrophe for the island. This is the most powerful storm that people have seen in generations. You'd have to go back, I think, a couple of centuries to find anything quite like it. But in terms of the damage, I think the authorities at the moment are operating somewhat in the dark. Until they can get out to those areas that have been badly affected, they won't really understand the consequences of it. But to give you an idea of just how widespread it is, we're hearing from the Red Cross, they're saying that as many as 1.5 million people could be affected over a long period of time as a result of this storm. So it's a massively significant event, and it will take Jamaica quite a while to recover, but they are assessing the damage at the moment. We know that emergency teams are starting to go out, looking at roads, trying to see which communities have been cut off. The hope is, of course, that people heeded the warnings that the authorities gave in the first place, and they were able to get to those shelters and you know, stay safe from this storm.
But there will be so many areas cut off, as we know from experience in other major hurricanes, that can take a long time to get to, and then a long time to work out who's missing and you know, just the scale of it.
Yeah, I mean, I've covered, as you have, many natural disasters in the past. I mean, if you go back and look at Hurricane Katrina in 2005, I remember going out with emergency teams a good 2 weeks after the initial storm event, and they were still finding areas that had been cut off. Unfortunately, they were still finding people who didn't survive the storm. So, you know, it can take a long time. And you're talking about, in areas of Jamaica, areas that only perhaps have one road leading in or out. So again, those roads will have to be cleared before you can get the right people in to assess the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks on the face of it as if this time in Jamaica, the authorities were pretty well prepared. I mean, you mentioned Katrina. The problem there, or part of the problem there, was it took so many people by surprise, hence the high number of deaths.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was also a level of complacency when it came to Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. the good thing that we can point out in this case is that there does appear to have been a good level of preparedness. The warnings were there, people were told to get to shelters, they had plans in place, they have experience of this kind of thing happening, albeit perhaps not at this level, but significant hurricanes in the past. So they kind of knew what they were dealing with and knew what to expect. So the hope is that people did get to safety and actually fatalities will be minimal.
And this is a storm that is causing damage not only in Jamaica. We just heard about Haiti, 25 people dying after a river. There's more detail coming in. La Digue River burst its bank, flooded many nearby homes. Dozens of homes collapsed in that flood. People are still trapped in their homes and many people have drowned. We are simply overwhelmed by the situation here. That is one of the local mayors in Haiti.
Yeah, I mean, it's happening in a place which isn't really dealt or doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with these events. But when you look at the path of the hurricane, obviously you have the eye of it sweeping through Jamaica, Bermuda, the Bahamas and Cuba. But it is an enormous weather event in terms of the front. So in terms of the precipitation, the amount of rainfall that you're getting in a very short period of time, you can see that actually, even if you're out away from the kind of direct brunt of those very, very high wind speeds of up to 185 miles an hour, when you talk about Jamaica, slightly less in Cuba, it reduced to category 3, so about 150, 160 miles an hour. Yeah. But you're still talking about, a huge amount of rainfall coming down. And as we are seeing in Haiti, there are areas that have been inundated and flooded and people have not survived.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the detail in Cuba, if we have pictures from Cuba, but they're now saying in eastern Cuba, hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated and a hurricane warning was in effect for quite some time over, I'm just counting the provinces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 provinces. Melissa making landfall in Cuba as a category 3 storm. The storm since downgraded to category 2, but still huge problems with that storm in Cuba. Hundreds of thousands of people evacuated. Now, a man who came to the UK on a small boat and later stabbed a man to death in Derby has been jailed for life with a minimum term of 25 years. Molly Malone is here. Just remind us of the background to this.
Well, this was an attack that happened in May earlier this year inside a bank high street. A man called Haiti Nur.
as Hurricane Melissa has left roads underwater, brought down trees and flattened homes. Officials say it's too early to know if anyone there has died, but at least 25 people were killed after a flooded river burst its banks in Haiti. These pictures of flooding and debris in St. Elizabeth and Lucy show the damage the storm caused in some of the worst hit parts of Jamaica. This is where the storm is right now, having made landfall in Cuba today, where it's forced more than 700,000 people to evacuate their homes. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in Kingston, the capital of Jamaica, and he sent this update.
Hurricane Melissa now moving through Cuba, where more than 730,000 people were evacuated. It made historic landfall in Jamaica as a strong Category 5. Now, here in the capital city of Kingston, we were spared the worst of the destructive winds, but we still saw some of those tropical force-storm winds that did do some damage to infrastructure, like this billboard here behind me. Now, the damage assessment is only just beginning, but some of those images coming out of those hard-hit areas are really staggering. You have buildings that were underwater, anything that wasn't concrete just blowing away. Officials saying that their assessment will begin as soon as they are able to, especially with the roads potentially being a mess. One thing they also plan on doing is assessing the nation's airports, both in Montego Bay and in Kingston. And depending on what they find, they may be able to start those crucial relief flights to bring aid to those hardest hit areas and areas that are frankly going to need it most. President Trump also announcing that the U.S. will provide humanitarian aid. Now, some communications on the part of the island where the eye hit, where the storm was the strongest, has been spotty. Officials quickly working to restore some power there, some cell phone towers, so communications can begin. Still no question on when people may be able to fly home, especially for those tourists that are stranded there, about 23,000 at last check. A lot of work still left ahead, again, in these early hours as the damage assessment only begins.
The Israeli military says it's carried out a fresh strike in Gaza, raising further concerns about the fragility of its ceasefire with Hamas. Earlier, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, called for de-escalation in the region after a wave of strikes killed at least 100 people in Gaza, many of them children. The US President has backed Israel's right to hit back at Hamas. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons reports now from Jerusalem.
In Gaza, they are horribly accustomed to this. The desperate search for survivors.
fuera del área de